Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the AI Learning Lab. We are learning about AI. Well, I don't know if we're learning about AI. We're chatting about AI. And it's like a lab, but it's more like a home office. So, welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm here in Denver, Colorado. Taylor Swift is just about to go on stage at the giant stadium full of screaming people. And happy Saturday night. Saturday. Come to the Buck Tractor Pools. Yeah. Anyone grow up in Pennsylvania? Oh, look at the nice heart already. Fantastic. Thank you, Tori. Appreciate that. Let's see. So, if you're new here, this is AI Learning Lab. My name's Kyle Shannon. I'm an entrepreneur. Started a bunch of companies. I've been doing this for a long, long time. I started one of the first digital agencies in the mid-90s. So I got to be there for the beginning of the World Wide Web. And now I'm seeing this generative AI stuff, and it's feeling mighty familiar. It's feeling a lot like, this is one of those transformative things. Although I got to tell you, this stuff feels bigger, more profound, all that sort of stuff. Let's see, what else? I played with, there's a company called Inflection. They've got a new thing called Pi, which is it's a chat bot like ChatGPT. But their app, their iPhone app, you can basically put it in voice mode. And so I was driving around in the car just talking to Pi, and I gave it this lovely Australian kind of voice. And I was just talking with ChatGPT, and it's connected to the internet, so it looked up that Taylor Swift was doing her thing tonight, so it was connected to the internet. So that was kind of cool. We were going to Costco shopping, and I asked it what specials were at Costco at the location we were going to, and it was able to pull it up, so it was pretty interesting. It was Pi, pi.ai, or heypi.com. And then they've got an iOS app. I don't think they have an Android app. They might, but I don't think so. But the company's Inflection. And just go get the iOS app if you have iOS, and it's PI. And then you just launch it, and then in the lower right-hand corner, you pull up a little menu, and you hit the phone icon, and you just talk to it, and then it talks back. It's pretty cool. It was pretty cool. Like it starts to feel like, imagine if Siri or Alexa or anything like that, you could ask it anything. Like I asked it for, what were the big concerts happening in Denver tonight? I asked it what were the specials at Costco, and then I asked it to explain quantum mechanics to me, and then I asked it to explain how some disease worked in the body. If you're new here, my name's Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab. If you have any questions about AI, pop them in the questions below. Happy to talk about them. This little window right here, let me show you what this is all about. So if you have not played with generative AI, if you've not played with ChatGPT, that's what all these URLs. This used to be a list of 3, now it's 5, and there's 2 little resources things below. You have a lot of options now. Things are heating up in the ChatGPT space. So chat.openai.com, that top one, that's the official ChatGPT website. Code Interpreter is back. It was down yesterday. I guess they found some bugs in their beta test when they rolled it out. Apparently they fixed it because it's back. You got Bing.com, which is also ChatGPT. It's GPT-4. Thank you for the rose. I appreciate that buzz. One of the nice things you can do at Bing is you can make images. So if you just go to Bing.com and type, make me an image of, I don't know, Taylor Swift in an arena, it'll do its best. It's based on DALL-E, so it's not very good, but it's free and it works. So that's kind of fun. And then Claude.ai has a lot going for it. So this is from a company called Anthropic. The way they do their fine-tuning, I'm a real fan of. These guys use human reinforcement learning. These guys use a thing called constitutional learning, which it's good. It's a good thing. I can talk more about that if anyone wants to geek out. Some other things about Claude.ai, you can upload files to it. So similar to Code Interpreter, you can upload up to 5 files here. I think 10 megabytes each, and then start interacting with them. So take some PDFs of whatever you want to learn, or take documentation for some code you want to work on, or whatever. Throw a GitHub repository up there. I don't know, whatever the hell you want to do. And what else? It's also got 100,000 token context window. So that's somewhere between 50 and 75,000 words. You can put in your prompt, copy and paste your great American novel, and start editing it. So that's that one. Poe.com gives you access to 3 different companies' models. It's got Claude, it's got OpenAI, and they've got their own. And then Bard is Google's entry into the space. And Bard had been absent from my list for the past 2 months or so because it sucked. Well, it still sucks, but it sucks. It sucks less enough now. Like it is close enough to usable now that I put it on the list. One of the things they did was they copied the interface of Poe and OpenAI and kind of merged them. So it's got a very familiar interface now. And it's actually usable. It's actually not bad. The writing isn't as bad as it used to be. So I don't know what they did over there, but Google's waking up. The dragon is waking up. And then prompts.chat down below, that'll teach you how to do prompting and how to teach these things to act like certain personas. Yeah, by the way, if you would, just go ahead and tap the like screen. Let people know we're here. Share the live if you're willing to do that. And then futurepedia.io, that's a directory of probably 4,000 at this point. AI tools. And what else? I mean, there's just lots there. I can't keep up with this shit anymore, but futurepedia.io does. so I have delegated that. Hey, Troy, good to see you. Retropunk, yo, I got Bard to code a simple website from an image of a sketch. Oh, that's super cool, Retro. That was the thing that they showed that they showed in the GPT-4 launch demo. The CEO from OpenAI showed that. So I'm curious if Bing does that. I haven't tried it. I was going to try that today and didn't get around to it. But you can upload images to Bing and to Bard and do analysis on them. So it looks like you got it to code a website based on a napkin sketch. That's impressive. Very cool. All right. If you have questions about anything AI, pop it in the comments below. If you want to troll me, you got to be creative. You can't just be a nasty troll. It's got to be creative, or you know what it is? If you write a shitty troll, it just ricochets off me. It doesn't hurt at all. If you do one that's somewhere between a compliment and an insult, that digs deep. And as a troll, isn't that what you want? You want to hurt people. You don't want it to just pa-ting! Like some spaghetti western. No. You want your bullets to land. All right. What else? Oh, I swear a little. If you don't like swearing, I wouldn't stay. It's Saturday night. Why are you here? But so am I. So let's hang out. If you're new here, Taylor Swift is just about to go on stage just down the block. We just drove by there to see what a zoo it is. It's insanity. It's insanity. I think she's going to clear. Someone said she's going to profit $550 million from this tour. They're going to gross more than $1 billion from the Eras tour. Crazy. Oh, that's the other thing. Yeah, good point. McHale KS. Kansas McHale, I think. Claude is only available in the US and the UK. It's not available in Canada. And I think Bard might... One of the other ones is banned from Canada. Probably because of some privacy law or something like that. They're like, we want to use all your data. And then some countries are like, well, then no. And they're like, fine. And that's how they talk. I don't know if you've ever heard executives at tech companies. They're like, no, I don't want to do it. Fine. Go ahead and be that way, Canada. Then you can't use our special toy. Never been to San Francisco? That's how it works. Why do you think they're worth billions of dollars? You think it's just because of the technology? No, it's because of the attitude. All right, explain AI and ChatGPT. Good Lord, that's wide. Okay, AI stands for artificial intelligence, and it's the wrong term. Technically, all this stuff we're playing with is machine learning. I think AI is the broader category. Machine learning is the specific flavor. ChatGPT. So, the probably the best way to explain ChatGPT is to have you go there and start playing. So go to, actually, well, you can go to either one. Go to chat.openai.com or bing.com or claude.ai. Either of the top three. Just go to one of those. Sign up for an account. At Bing, you don't have to sign up for an account. When you go to bing.com, click on the chat button. Here, I'll do it. Let's do a little demo. That's Bard. Here's Bing. Okay, so when you go to bing.com, it looks like just a regular search box, like a Google search box. And up here, there's a chat button. So go to chat. And you have a couple of different modes. You've got creative, balanced, and precise. It'll default to precise. And then the way this works is what the prompt here says is ask me anything. And so it literally is that. You can ask it anything. So think of this as a Google search, but rather than it returning, here's a list of 20 links, it just answers you. And it can answer you incredibly sophisticated answers. So, for example, let's say I have a chubby black and white dog, and I want to write a country song. Can you help? And it thinks a little bit. Oh, it's telling me how to write one. Stop. No, I want you to write one like Garth Brooks would. Sure, here's your song. Wait. So much for doing a demo live, huh? Okay, let's see. Write me a song about a chubby black and white dog. Good Lord. See, I was trying to get too fancy with the words. And part of the fun and frustration of these things is getting it to answer. This is just not doing it. Oh, maybe I need to flip to creative mode. Maybe that's part of the issue. It looks like they've mucked with the right. Let's see. Write me a country song about a chubby black and white dog. Dee. So I'm supposed to be explaining ChatGPT. Here we go. Verse 1. There's a chubby black and white dog that lives down the road from me. He's wagging his tail and barking at the trees. So it goes on and it writes a song. Okay, I'm going to stop that. So now I could say, explain how photosynthesis works. And it explains that, and it also gives me some links to Wikipedia. So Bing is actually connected to the internet. So there it is explaining photosynthesis. I could say make a table comparing photosynthesis and I don't know, and gravity. Let's take two concepts that shouldn't really be compared and see if it can make us a table comparing these two processes. So here's a table comparing these two things with citations. So I can do that. So now I can say, write me a Python application that visualizes photosynthesis. And I put in, I have a couple of typos in there. It doesn't care about typos. It imported Turtle. It imported some libraries. It's determining some colors. It's going slow, but it's writing code. All right, so I'm going to stop that so you can write code with it. On Bing, you can also generate in images. Make me a creative image that brings the idea of photosynthesis to life. Okay, I'll try to create that. And then it's off thinking about it. Your image is generating, and it'll give us 4. And there you go. There's 4 images that bring the idea of photosynthesis to life. So ChatGPT, so all of these large language models are an entirely new paradigm. The way they work, so let me flip this back. So the GPT, thank you for the roses. Welcome. The GPT in ChatGPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer. Transformer is the technology for how they do what they do. Pre-trained means it's been pre-trained on what? On all of the public internet, essentially. So it kind of knows all of the stuff that's put on the public internet, within reason, for the past 35 or 40 years. So it knows a lot. Like obscure things. And then generative means it's generating that content. So that's kind of what it is, and that's this thing that has captured people's imaginations. Why? Because it can dramatically improve anything you do. Now, some caveats about it. It does this thing called hallucinating, where it just confidently will lie to you. Here's a fact about photosynthesis, and it just made it up. It's not right. Or could you, explain a thing to me and give me a hyperlink to where you got that information. It'll give you a hyperlink. Very often that hyperlink doesn't work. It's just made it up. So that's something you have to be careful with it. We're very new, very, very new in this, so that kind of stuff is going to improve, but that's something that you need to know right now. Anyway, that's about it. And these things are all things that you should go play with and kind of figure out which one works for you. They're all sort of different flavors of the same thing. If you're just starting out, I would start out at chat.openai.com. That's ChatGPT. They're the people that made it. Their GPT-4 is better than the other things by a lot. It's fancier. They just released its architecture, or it was leaked this week, and the architecture is pretty insane. And so I don't think anything's really close to GPT-4. So you can get GPT-4 at the top one, the second one, and the fourth one. All right. Hope that helped. That was a lot. And it started rough. Man, Bing was not cooperating. Write me a song. And it was like, well, you could write a song like this one that Garth Brooks wrote. Well, no, write me one like Garth Brooks. Well, here's another one that Garth Brooks wrote. Here's a picture of Garth, in fact. It's like, stop. All right. Bing is the weakest of the big guys, methinks. No, Bard is the weakest of the big guys. Bing is actually GPT-4, but it's been neutered. It's been neutered. It's getting a little better, but it's very quirky. It's very Microsoft in its answers, in my opinion. I don't know what they did to fine tune it, but it somehow feels like a Microsoft product in its answers. I would say right now, GPT-4 at OpenAI.com is number 1. I'm kind of leaning with Claude.ai from Anthropic is number 2. And then Bing. And then Poe's it's a collection of a bunch of them. So Poe doesn't really count. And then Bard is probably the fourth strongest in my humble opinion. And then there's also this new thing called Pi, P-I, which you can get to at heypi.com, or you can get the Pi app on iOS. And you can have a conversation with Pi. I did it in my car today. You talk to it, and you pick one of 6 voices, and you just you're now talking with a virtual agent, and it's fast enough that it's like the lag isn't too weird. And I was asking it everything from like who's playing a big concert tonight in Denver to explain quantum mechanics to me. I did all my parlor tricks with it, and it did it pretty good. So that was interesting. All right, let's see. Let's see. Yo, I got Bing to code a simple website from a sketch. That's super cool. That really is cool. Okay, here we are. I lost myself. Yeah, I'll share in the AI salon. Oh, that would be great. That would be great, Retropunk. Yeah, let's do that. Drop me an email. My contact info's in the bio. There's a link tree there. Drop me an email, and make sure I'll put you on the agenda for next Tuesday. Is Poe worth paying for? It was. I don't think so now. So the reason I paid for Poe, it's actually a good reminder. I think I'm going to cancel my subscription. The reason I paid for Poe is that was the only place that you could play with the Claude models. And so at Poe, they had a 100,000 token context window that you could only get through Poe.com. Poe.com had Claude's, Anthropic's 100,000 token model. But now that we have Claude.ai, that's Claude 2 with a 100,000 token model, and it's free. And you can upload files to it. So Claude is definitely one to start to pay attention to. They're a major player. In fact, to indicate how much of a major player Anthropic is, the company behind Claude, when the White House had the CEOs of 4 AI companies like 2 months ago, whenever it was Microsoft, Google, Sam Altman from OpenAI, and the CEO of Anthropic. Those were the 4 CEOs. So Anthropic is in the room with the big boys. So they're a major player. So I would start messing with Claude. And actually, it's probably, if you want to get a little geeky with this stuff, it's worth geeking out on Claude and how well it processes documents and code interpreter with OpenAI. So yeah. What's your opinion on Bing and Claude 2? So I was just talking about that a bit. Here's the deal with, Bing and Claude 2 are both free. so to get the GPT-4 at OpenAI, you had to pay $20 a month. If you wanted Claude 2, you had to pay Poe $20 a month. So they're both free. So that's nice. Bing, here's a reason to consider Bing. Microsoft is rolling what they're calling Copilot, but it's GPT-4. They're rolling GPT-4 across their entire product line, from their cloud services to Dynamics, their CRM, to the Office suite. So, imagine within Word, you've got GPT-4 just built into Word. You've got it built into Excel. You've got it built into PowerPoint. Make me an outline based on that Word document. It's going to be built into Windows 11. The other thing that Microsoft is doing well is, as they're adding functionality to it, they're just kind of quietly rolling it out. Like, now you can upload an image to Bing and tell it to, like, I saw an example right before I went live where it was a marketing person, and she uploaded an image and said, I want you to act like a master copywriter from a marketing thing, and I want you to write me ad copy for this image. And it did it. And then Bing can also generate images within context, right? So you don't have to go to a separate service like Midjourney to generate images. The downsides of Bing is it's been intellectually neutered, like they put lots of safety guardrails on it because they got in trouble, and it uses DALL-E for its image generation, which sucks, but it ain't bad. It just ain't Midjourney. So that's Bing. And then Claude it's not quite GPT-4 quality, but Claude is really impressive. 100,000 token context window means between 50 and 75,000 words. You could copy and paste the text of a novel, of a full novel, into your prompt, and it won't choke on it. It won't say, that's too much for me to think about. It'll just do it. So I think they're both really interesting, really good. That's like the whole purpose of this list is like, if I don't know shit about AI, if I'm just trying to get started, where do I start? That's what this list is. So you now have lots of options here. Some paid, some not paid. I still think it's worth paying $20 a month to ChatGPT because they're in the lead right now. No one has caught them yet. Claude's free, so you don't have to even consider that. Bard is free. Bard, my philosophy on Bard right now is I'm going to keep checking in. It's like that slow student in class. I'll keep checking in and see if he can get the addition thing down. It's actually good at math and coding. It's not good at language. Oh yeah, some of the things, like I think Claude is not available in Canada. So if you're in Canada, sorry, someone just left me a comment. It's not available in Canada. Well, yeah, I know. All right. Can you give a few practical examples of how a small business owner could utilize AI? Yes. I'm trying to think where to do it and what to do. I'll tell you a little bit about how I'm using it. So, one way you can use it is for simple productivity gains. So that might look like, let's say you have to, depending on what your business is, you have to write professionally worded emails saying, pay your fucking bill. You could have ChatGPT just help you write them. Just say, here's an example letter that I've written before. Here's the new person I want to write it to. Here's the situation. Write me a new letter, right? So you can just sort of copy and paste stuff that you've done before, paste it, make it more efficient. Rather than manually taking notes for a Zoom call, you could just record the transcript, record the meeting, get the transcript, and have one of these large language models summarize that meeting. There's a lot of plugins that do that now. I think they've rolled that functionality into Zoom, or they're about to. Your favorite web dude just said, "Rip data scientists." Yeah, I'll talk about Code Interpreter at ChatGPT. Code Interpreter is a full-on data analyst in a box. It's amazing. So you could just do some productivity gains like that. You can also start to do things like if you want to do creative ideation, like let's say you want to come up with a marketing campaign, you could say, hey, I want ChatGPT, I want you to act like a master, marketing executive, and I want you to help me come up with a strategy. And then you explain your business, you explain your struggles, you explain, is it top of the funnel, mid funnel, closing, whatever it is. Explain your situation, give it a lot of context, and tell it to write you a marketing plan, and then have it turn that marketing plan into, a tactical plan, and then take that tactical plan and have it write you, tweets and Instagram posts and so you can do things like that. With Code Interpreter, you could do things like take documents from your business, upload it to Code Interpreter, and start interacting with it. So it could run analysis on, cost versus, revenue, and what are the trends you're seeing, and are there any anomalies in the data, or do you see any inflection points in the data, and really just start acting with it like that. Lots and lots of things. If anyone else in the chat has ideas, feel free to pop them in there for Silhouettes by Chris. Okay. Please tell us ones that build websites for us. There are a ton out there. Go to futurepedia.io and go in the web design. There's a section just for that. I can't keep up with them anymore. There's lots of them though. I had a virtual machine set up so friends abroad could try out American-only doodads. Oh, that's pretty smart. Yeah, and if you're in Canada, you can try a VPN as well. I don't know if they work. Were you surprised to hear Gary Vee talk about you in the latest podcast? I don't think he did. Did he? Is that true? Matt? I can't imagine that. But okay. If he did, that's cool. I'm an ex-agency guy, so I know Gary decently well, and I've talked to James Orsini at the Sasha Group a lot, so I know them. But I haven't talked to Gary. I think I've just talked to him once or twice over the years. So if he mentioned me, that's news to me. My IT is rusty for a decade and need a site to sell a few items. Which AI should I use? I would, it's probably worth. Well, I mean, I would go to futurepedia.io. So I don't know. There's so many ways to skin that cat. You need to start with, what are you trying to accomplish? Do you just want a basic site? Do you want a basic e-commerce site? You could go to something like Squarespace or Webflow or one of the sites that just, you pick a template, build your site, fill in the content, and go. So an option is you don't need to use AI. If you want to use AI, you could say, hey, I'm going to use AI to write the content of my website and the structure of my website, but I'm going to just go pick a template to dump all that shit into. This is a general comment and recommendation for everyone. Don't mistake the tool for the strategy. Your strategy is you need to build a site to sell a few items. I would start with, what do you need first? And then I would start to ask, what's the best tool to accomplish that? If you're not a good writer and you don't, you said your IT skills aren't good. If your copy skills are good and you already have copy, then, maybe you could use one of these AI tools. The thing about the AI tools right now, for the most part, they're really slick, but they tend to be very shallow. So you'll say, go make me a website, and it'll go make you a website, and you're like, oh, that's really slick. And then you go look at it, and you're like, well, yeah, that's kind of like basic, and I want something more than that, right? So if you want something more sophisticated, you might want to start with, something like Squarespace or Webflow or one of those guys. So I don't know. It's go play with the tools there. Use any one of these, ChatGPT type things for copy. GPT-4 is by far the best at copy and coding and everything. So I would personally use chat.openai.com, the paid version, if I were doing that. For the copy, and even if you're going to do some slight coding or you want to put a tool in there and you can't find a plugin for whatever tool you're using. So I know that's kind of a shitty mamby-pamby answer, but what are you going to do? All right. Bing is the weakest. Oh, we saw that earlier. AI Learning Lab. Did you build this? Did I build what? What? Did I build what? I think I was just showing Bing. Oh, did I build this or was that ChatGPT? The thing I was showing earlier was Bing. This thing? Yeah, no, I did not build this. So a little bit about my background. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm not a data scientist. I'm not a machine learning guy. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO and founder of a company called Storyvine, which is an automated video storytelling platform. It's actually, we've been around for 11 years. We do a lot of work in the healthcare and pharma space. We actually don't use a lot of AI to assemble our videos auto-magically. We're rolling a bunch of AI into the platform, but we use more traditional assembly methods, I guess would be the term. And I was also, I've been an entrepreneur for many, many years. I've started 12 or 15 companies. I co-founded agency.com, which was one of the early digital agencies in the mid-90s. And so I was there for the early days of the World Wide Web, and holy shit, the parallels to from the early days of the web to the early days of this generative AI stuff are insane. And so my focus is not so much the technology of machine learning and AI, but more the application of it. So how are we taking these tools? Where do you start? If you're trying to figure out this stuff for yourself as an individual or as a company, where do you start? What do you do? How do you do it? What's bullshit? What's real? If you want to make money with ChatGPT, do you go on TikTok and listen to these guys? You can make money with ChatGPT. No, you don't. Because those guys are idiots and they talk like that. And no one should have to suffer through that. And do you know how they're making money with ChatGPT? By getting you to pay for them to tell you how to make money with ChatGPT. And they probably had ChatGPT write the whole fucking script. They're evil little scabs. Ah! Can you tell I'm a Gen Xer? Bitter? You betcha. All right. What site I was using before was Bing. Did you code this app? I did not. Check out AI PRM as well. I will check that out. Love you, my Gen X ADHD twin. Yeah, we got some ADHD in the house. We got some ADHD fans. Listen, I think this early in an industry like something like generative AI, having ADD is a superpower because this shit's moving so fast. Like, I mean, if you've been watching these lives at all, this list is changing. Okay, here's the thing. If you feel like you're late and or you feel like you just can't keep up, you're not late and you can't keep up. No one can keep up. Like if you just take a teeny little slice of just say these tools, the ChatGPT-like tools, there are at least 2 other tools that could be on this list that aren't, and there's probably 10 others below that. And then if you go to futurepedia.io, there's probably 1,500 tools that are built on top of the core technology sitting underneath these things. So if you just take the thin slice of, I want to use AI to write shit, it is completely overwhelming. Every slice of the AI pie is completely overwhelming right now. So my recommendation is just start. It doesn't fucking matter where you start. It doesn't matter what you do. If you just use ChatGPT to make a meal plan for you and help create a shopping list so your trip to the grocery store isn't such a fucking nightmare, you're winning. And then if you can dig a little bit deeper and start to help it organize your neighborhood block party that you're planning for August, great. And if you can help it have you market your business or your side gig, or help you figure something out, or help you learn something, or help your kid do homework, great, you're winning. Just keep peeling the onion. The investment in feeling that uncomfortable feeling of I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, and who are these people, and what is this AI? Like, I still feel that every day. And what I can tell you is that the investment right now, that you put every hour that you put into just getting your head around what this shit is going to pay you dividends. It's going to pay you dividends. Because everyone is going to have to be AI literate to some degree. Because these tools, that right now these tools exist outside of our normal work life and life and things like that. These are very quickly starting to proliferate into all the tools we use. And so people that kind of have their head around what they are and how they do what they do are going to have an advantage. And especially as categories of work start to get disrupted. Like, I'm a copywriter at a big agency. Well, that's going to get disrupted. So are you a copywriter that's AI literate at a big agency? Because you'll have a hell of a lot easier conversation, in my opinion, than someone who's just like, no, I just like writing. I like writing the old-fashioned way. All right. I tried to write a paper, and every fact was false. Yes, Oreo. So, a couple of things about hallucinations. There's two things about... It's funny that they call them hallucinations. I got a guitar. Where's my guitar? Oh, it's down in the other room. Couple of things about hallucinations. One is they called them hallucinations, like, it's kind of a cool thing, like it hallucinates. No, it's just fucking lying. I like to describe ChatGPT as mansplaining as a service. So they hallucinate for a couple of reasons. The sort of technical reason why they hallucinate is the way the tool actually works is when you write a prompt, what the technology does is it basically turns those words into a mathematical formula that creates a probability of what's the next most probable word after this prompt. The. And then it takes all of that and it says, well, what's the next most probable word after this and the? Dog. And then, so it's literally just doing a probability sentence complete over and over and over again. So when you see it write you a whole missive, what did you say you're writing a paper? When you see it write your paper, it's doing that one word at a time. So it doesn't know what it's written. And so it's been programmed to want to please you. So you're like, give me a well-researched paper. And it's like, well, here's the paper. And then it just says, here's all the research. It's not actually checking any of that shit to see if it's real. Now, one of the ways that you can improve the hallucinations is by narrowing the context. So in your prompt, if you just say, write me a paper on, the Napoleonic Wars, it's going to write you a paper pulling from sort of everything anyone's ever written about Napoleon in all of the internet, including all of the horrific student papers that were wrong and all of the conspiracy theories that said something weird about Napoleon. But if you say, I want you to act like a historian that specializes in the Napoleonic Wars and, who Napoleon was and what this was, if you actually narrow the context, you sort of tell ChatGPT, ignore all that other shit. I want you just to act like this one kind of specialist. That's the reason. Act like a screenwriter, act like a mathematician, act like a historian. Why that works is what you're doing is you're kind of filtering out the bullshit that is not the stuff you want in your paper. So now, even if you do that, it will still hallucinate because it doesn't know what it's writing. So you absolutely are going to have to go check your things. Now, one thing that you could do is use Bing instead of ChatGPT, because Bing is GPT-4, and Bing does searches on the internet, and it includes citations in context of what it's writing. You'll need to dick around with the three modes. There's the creative mode, the balanced mode, and the precise mode. In the precise mode, it might give you stuff that's too dry, so you might need balanced, but Bing might do better in terms of giving you citations that actually link to something and are real. So, hope that helps. Okay, yay, you're on. Yay! I've been waiting. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with all of us? One of the things that's wrong with you is you were waiting for me to go live. Oh my God. Oh, Lordy. We're having fun this Saturday night. Oh, we're having fun this Saturday night. Oh, I loves me some AI talk. We get on, we drink our iced coffee, we slurp it up. Pinky's out. Because we're classy. All right. But thank you, Miss Birch. Appreciate you being here. And that you enjoy these. I do aim to please and create, I don't know. I just like to have fun. I hope people are learning shit. Bard's hallucinations are beyond acceptable. Yeah, Bard still kind of sucks. That's why it's at the bottom of the list. The OCD in me wants to make them longest to shortest, but Bard needs to be at the bottom. Bard barely made the list, but Bard's at least worth playing with now. It wasn't for a long time. How do you spell pi? P-I, not P-I-E. So I think the website for pi is heypi.com or pi.ai. Well, both of those will get you there. And then the iOS app is called Pi, P-I. Can you repeat Pi what, please? Pi.ai. Cheers from Argentina. Oh, that's cool. Hello from Argentina. Cheers from Denver. Taylor Swift sends her love. She's probably performing right now, just down that way, like 10 minutes. Best AI for teachers. Any of these. I mean, ChatGPT. Like actually, seriously, for teachers, ChatGPT. Because they're the ones that invented it. It's the best. And I think, you know, it's not so much what's the best AI for teachers. I think it's how do teachers need to think about this shit, right? I personally feel it's imperative for teachers to understand what this stuff makes possible and then find a way to incorporate it into the classroom, because these tools are going to be everywhere. They're going to be built into operating systems of phones. They're going to be rolled out into all of the Office 365 products. They're going to be in all of Google Docs and Google Sheets and presentation software. They're already in Notion. They're going to be in all the note-taking software. And so some of the things we're talking about here, these things hallucinate. The writing's kind of shitty. Sometimes it doesn't give you what you want. Sometimes it's so remarkable, your face falls off and you're like, oh my God, it can do that? And so the way that I've been using these tools and interacting with them has been very much like a collaborator. It's not like this is a search engine. This is a profoundly different tool than Google Search. Google Search, you put in a concise little thing and it gives you a long list of shit, and then it's on you to go figure it out. This thing is, you interact with it not so much as like a call and response, but more like an interaction. Think of it, okay. What these tools are right now, and they're going to get better, but right now what they are is they're idiot savants. You need to give them lots of directions, because if you don't, they're just idiots. But they're savants. They know everything. Like, they're way smarter than any of us are in terms of just the amount of knowledge in their virtual neural network, freaky-ass, transformer-driven brain. And so what they actually require to use well is critical thinking. And so that's a skill. Like, how do you bring that into the classroom? Well, you bring it into the classroom and let's explore. What do they do well? What do they not do well? Let's have it write a paper for us, right? So instead of trying to say, well, we're going to get, AI detectors and we're going to determine if anyone's cheating, they ran the Declaration of Independence through one of those cheaters, and it said it was written by AI. So those detection tools are bullshit too. And moderately smart students can get around it and will. They'll find ways to cheat. But rather than saying don't use these tools to write your paper, use the tool to write the paper in the classroom. And then maybe the assignment is, go read what this thing wrote and tell me, what did it get wrong? What were the logical arguments that it used? Did it miss anything? Would you have written it different, right? Get those the critical thinking skills going, because I think critical thinking is going to be the skill moving forward that remains a premium value, because these things are idiots. And so you need people that can understand what these tools are, what they make possible, and then how to wrangle them to do good stuff. So, great question, though. All right. By the way, if you're new here, my name's Kyle Shannon. This is AI Learning Lab. Pop any questions in the comments below. I do try to answer them all. If I'm not answering your questions because I haven't gotten to it yet, but you can ask the people that have been here for a while. They know. I answer as many as I can. Claude's not available in Argentina either. It's really interesting. I mean, Claude.ai just came out, so they might be taking a very conservative approach with rolling it out. I would say, try a VPN or try some of the other tools. I would assume Bing is available for you. Could a VPN help countries that don't have it? I'm talking about Claude. That's what I was just saying. I think so, but I don't know. What's your background? So my background is I'm a storyteller by training. I have a degree in acting. I moved to New York City out of school and started and ran a theater company, and then I went through a manic period. No, you? I went through a manic period where I wrote 7 feature-length screenplays in 2 years. And then shortly after that, the World Wide Web kind of showed up on the scene, and I started one of the first online magazines called Urban Desires, and I started one of the first digital agencies, a company called Agency.com. And we built a lot of the first websites for the Fortune 500. Like, we built British Airways website, we built their ticketing system, their web ticketing system. We built Coca-Cola's website. It was insane. It was absolutely insane. We grew really big, really fast. I was in New York City all that time, and then I've been in Denver for 14 years. I've been in my current company, Storyvine, for 11 years, and the past year and a half or so, I've been relatively obsessed with AI. And when ChatGPT came out, what hit me was the world has just changed, but no one knows it yet. And then it went from 0 users to 100 million users in 6 weeks. So, and that's organic. I know Threads, Zuckerberg's Twitter competitor, just got to 100 million users in like a week. But, he had 1 billion people that were already customers of Instagram and just said, push this button to invite all your friends. So that doesn't count. I'm still giving fastest adoption of consumer technology in history to ChatGPT. So that's my background, and I've started 12 or 15 companies in my day, and for me, the thing that I'm really passionate about is the November 30th, 2022 marks this point in history where nothing will be the same. Before that time, to be in machine learning and artificial intelligence and all this stuff, for the most part, you were a scientist and a researcher and an engineer. There were some developers in there, but for the most part, you had to be pretty geeky to be in that world. ChatGPT marks this moment where the rest of us are given access to these profoundly powerful tools. These are profoundly powerful. They look really simple. It looks like a Google search. It's not. It's Alice in Wonderland, right? It's falling down the rabbit hole. That's what these are. They're profoundly deep, and they're profoundly disruptive. If you're a copywriter and you use this, you'll know. But really, if you're any kind of knowledge worker, if you're in any kind of creative arts, if you look at the WGA and the SAG strike right now, both of them have major issues with AI. Because what they're realizing is, holy fuck, we're in trouble. My job is becoming obsolete. Actually just laid off from IBM. Interesting. How can I find a new start with AI? Well, asking the question, so sorry you lost your job. Not sure what you do, but what I would say is this. The trick with this stuff is just kind of start peeling the onion of what this stuff is and what it makes possible. So go to any one of these and start with what I call parlor tricks. Have it write you a song, have it write you a poem, have it make you a meal plan, have it explain something you're curious about to you. It doesn't matter. Just start playing with it. Have it write you some code. If you were at IBM, I don't know if you're on the technical side there. If you were, have it write you some code. Then as you start to get your head around how incredibly flexible that is, that it can do some version of anything, then I would start to look at what are you good at technically, and then what do you enjoy? What do you want to do? And if those two things are pretty close together, you're lucky. If those are far apart, then maybe there's something that bridges those two that you can do this with. And I would start saying, learn as much as you can about how to do what you used to do with these tools. So if you were a project manager, learn how you can supercharge project management using these tools. Learn about tools like Zapier, where you can create automations, where you don't have to code, but you can create automations that string a bunch of these things together and do remarkable stuff. So just start learning like that. So I think step one is just start to get your head around it. Don't feel too much like you've got to use it in a certain way. Nobody knows how to use this stuff right now. Everyone's trying to figure it out. So everyone that, all of the fucking TikToks you see out there that are like, wow, I got it figured out. You can do this for sales. You can do this. Everything's going to change. Everything that's the way it looks right now, 6 months from now, is going to be unrecognizable. So it doesn't really matter what you do. What matters is that you get curious and you get adventurous with this and just start to understand it. So phase one is just get curious. Phase two is talk about it. Put it on your LinkedIn profile. I've got a group called the AI Salon that I started for AI adventurers, we call them. People that are on the AI adventure. So if you go to the salon.ai, there's a link tree there for a meetup group. We've got a Discord server where you can make Mid-Journey images and play and ask questions and kick ideas around and meet people who do what you do and how you do it. And the whole idea is it's a group, it's like a ragtag group of misfits, right, from all different businesses at all different levels of AI understanding, from, people that have been in machine learning for 15 years to people that show up and they're like, I heard AI was going to be big. What do I do? It's like, and everything in between. There's a fair amount of people in here that are like, they either just got laid off or they're looking for work. Almost all of them are putting the fact that they're a member of this on their LinkedIn profile. They're posting on LinkedIn. They're posting on Facebook. They're talking about it at dinner parties. Hey, I was playing with ChatGPT and I did this. Like, even if people think you're fucking weird, tell people what you're learning. Tell people what this stuff is. Because we're now starting to enter this weird phase where I was expecting this to happen, and I think we're entering it right now, where there's kind of an AI panic setting in. And not a panic like the robots are going to kill us, but a panic like, holy shit, I own an ad agency, and there's a 10-person AI ad agency that just started that is telling my clients they'll do what I do for a third of the price, and my client is strongly considering them. What do I do? So there's going to be a lot of people realizing that this stuff is disruptive, and they're going to be looking for anyone who has any knowledge of this stuff. So if you can be one of those people, someone's scrolling through LinkedIn and you talk about what you do. Well, I'm a project manager, and here's a cool thing I figured out with ChatGPT today. Someone's going to be scrolling through LinkedIn. They're going to see your post and go, hey, can we talk? I'm trying to figure this out. Can you help me? What do I do? What do I do? Be the person that they ask, right? And how you do that is you just get yourself out there. So that would be my strong recommendation. And then, I would, take your network of people and start asking them what they're doing with AI and what are their plans, and maybe even volunteer to do something for free for someone, which if you're looking for a job it's going to feel counterintuitive. But maybe you learn how to do something with ChatGPT and you say, hey, I'll come in and do a half-hour workshop for your team if you want, and go there, and maybe that turns into a job. We've had a number of people from the salon that have gotten jobs by doing that. So just dig in, just get curious, get adventurous. But sorry you lost your job. That fucking sucks. 2 times 2? ? I assume you're asking, can ChatGPT do math? Sometimes it gives you the right answer, and sometimes it says 5. If you use Code Interpreter code interpreter hallucinates a lot less because it's actually writing Python code to do all of its calculations. So when it writes calculations to do math, it's actually doing math. As opposed to just the large language model part of it where it's doing word prediction, it'll get that stuff wrong a lot more. I realize now that I was vague. I just want to stay ahead. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Amy, like there's no way to stay ahead. All I would say is just stay curious. And this stuff's moving way too fast, and it's way too deep and broad and crazy to keep up with. So just know that you're not going to keep up with it or be ahead of it, but just stay curious and stay engaged. You're on TikTok, silly. I am. Why am I silly? What did I do? Did I make something? Did I make a silly? that was like Charles Nelson Riley for you Gen Xers on here. All the young people are like, who? I've never heard of him. You've missed it. For an aging boomer in dinosaur IT, where should we reinvent ourselves? Well, Mama Nation, I mean, the thing that I just said about the person from IBM, I mean, I think it's get curious. I mean, if you want to stay in IT, I think that AI operations, so people who can understand what tools are available, what the risks are, what the security reality is, what the options are for training a company's private data and keeping it safe. All of that stuff, like there's a new flavor of IT in town that's going to be about how do you deploy these things. And then even how do you deploy these things in a way that makes managing IT more simple? Like designing all those systems, building, maintaining all those systems, I think is going to be in tremendous demand. So if you want to take your dinosaur IT skills and just say, I want to learn my dinosaur, I want to redefine IT, learning as much as I can about these tools and how it applies to IT, I think that's going to be in massive demand. If you're like dinosaur IT, like I'm kind of fucking done with IT, but what I always wanted to do was kind of write poetry books. like there's an opportunity with these things to completely reinvent yourself. So I think for me, these are just tools, right? AI isn't going to solve shit. You've got to know what you want to solve and what you want to do. And then you can say, okay, how might these tools help me do that faster, better, cheaper, explosively? A very real possibility, because these tools are so profoundly powerful, is that you no longer have to put in 10,000 hours to be competent at something, to be like really masterful at something. Like probably somewhere between 100 and 1,000 hours using these tools as amplifiers can get you competent at something that you're currently shitty at, including something. I'll tell you a really good example. So in the AI salon, we have this guy named Roger, and he was an IT guy. And he's an older fella, and he's curmudgeon. He's a curmudgeon. He's just like, anytime anyone says something, he's like, here's why I disagree with that, right? He's just always like, he's always got the counterpoint. And the original name of the AI salon was the AI Artist Salon. And Roger made his name in the Discord server, Roger Not an Artist. Like as a fuck you to all you artists. He's like, I'm an IT guy, right? And so we put a Midjourney instance, we put a Midjourney bot inside the AI Salon Discord. And Roger took his IT brain and his logical thinking and his, the way he sort of breaks shit down and deconstructs things and applies the logical system. He applied that to Midjourney. And he started making some of the most beautiful art of anyone in the Discord, and just making a lot of it because he was taking this systematic approach to it. And he's now changed his name to, I think it's Roger Becoming an Artist or something like that. But like he has completely discovered in himself a joy for art and a talent for interacting with these tools, with a skill that he had that looked a certain way when he was in IT, that are manifesting in a completely different way because of something like Midjourney. So the future path might not even look like what you intended to. So again, that's why I say, go back to, if you had your druthers, what would you do? Even if you're not good at something right now. And then once you understand kind of the direction, what's your North Star, then you can look at these tools and say, okay, I kind of want to do music. Are there any good music tools? Go to futurepedia.io and just spend a weekend geeking out on the music tools. And you'll find one or two in there that will do something that will give you your Kevin McAllister moment. And then you'll be off to the races, right? Then you'll be hooked. And then again, start talking about it. Start letting people know you're doing it. Hey, I used to be a dinosaur in IT, but you know what I'm doing now? I'm writing songs with AI. I heard AI is evil. I hear it steals from people. It's a ripoff. No, let me tell you what I learned. You don't like it? You don't have to use it. I'm using it. I love it. ADHD here. ADHD in the house. Mama Nation too. Awesome. Listen, these tools are... ADHD is a fucking superpower with this stuff right now. When it all gets normal and boring, we'll be like, yeah, those are just tools now. But right now, when we're inventing this stuff, whoo, ADHD is a superpower. Super freak. Recruiter out. LOL. Prompt developers are a thing. Yes, they call them prompt engineers. I don't like prompt engineering. I heard the other day I read on Twitter, someone said it's more like prompt psychologist, because it's a large language model. So you're actually using your native language, the English language in my case, as a programming language. But the English language has got all this nuance to it. And so how you write and craft prompts, there's an engineering component to it, but there's also very much I find myself using please and thank you a lot when I'm talking to the robot, which seems completely counterintuitive. But especially if you play with Pi, the Pi app from Inflection, it talks back to you, and they've programmed it so it's super friendly. It's like, gee, Kyle, that's really interesting. That idea you have is really interesting. Let's dig into that, and then it'll talk and do a bunch of stuff. And so these tools act with empathetic cues. They don't have empathy, but they act with empathetic cues, and it kind of reminds you to interact with them in that way. And when you do, they get better. It's fucking weird. It's weird. But yes, people that are good at prompting right now absolutely have jobs. I think the first prompt engineer job that sort of made a buzz on Twitter, it was like $350,000 a year. I don't think that's going to be there for long. I don't think prompt engineering stays a prominent thing for long, because these tools are going to get increasingly sophisticated, where they're going to do a lot of the prompting for us behind the scenes. Now, if you're on the development side, if you're developing applications and you're on the back end doing API stuff with this, you need to be really good at prompting and really understand the nuances of it. Just as an end user, I think right now it's valuable to learn how these things work and to get good at getting shit from them, right? Like learning these tools right now is kind of the equivalent of understanding basic mathematics before using a calculator. So you at least understand what it is and how the calculator does what it does, and then you can go, okay, now I understand why I would use this tool and where I might not. Same thing here. But yes, prompt development's a big deal. You are so right. I'm using AI little by little, and I learn something new every day, having fun. Yeah, Laura, and again, share what you're learning. Even if people think you're weird, it doesn't fucking matter. Because in sharing it with the world, a couple of things happen. Some of the people that you think wouldn't have been interested in it, all of a sudden are like, could you teach me? It's like a sneaky little thing off on the side. And then the other thing that'll happen is, people that are not interested will just sort of drift away, and that's fine. But people will self-select into your circle that are curious about this stuff. So where I am right now, I want to be surrounded by people that are trying to figure this shit out. I don't care if they love it or hate it, but I want them in the mode of, I'm going to fucking figure this out. I'm going to figure out how this affects my job and my livelihood and who I am and what makes me happy. Like, I want to hang out with those people. That's what this channel's about. So yeah, it literally doesn't matter what you do. Do little by little. Just well, in fact, these lives that I'm doing, I'm spending 2 to 3 hours a night, every night for like the past month, doing these lives. Why? Well, because I used to come home from work and I would spend 2 or 3 hours on the sim racing rig, which is right over there, driving. And I fucking love it. Like, I love it to the point that I have sim racing heel. I've got like bursitis in my heel from stepping on the accelerator so hard. And what hit me was, I need to be more into this. I need to be learning more. I need to be sharing what I'm learning more, because I want to be surrounded by people that are not like, well, AI kind of lies and it's stealing from people, and so I'll just wait for 3 years and I think it's evil and the robots are going to kill us anyway. I have no interest in those people. None. If you use these tools and then you feel like the robots are going to kill us, great. Go do something about it. Go make an anti-robot killing humans tool. Go work for Anthropic. Go work for Elon Musk's new XAI. He promises to make a kinder, gentler OpenAI. Okay, cool. So I think it's hugely important. All right, TikTok just jumped me to the bottom of the comments again. Any of you who have been here before, you know that's my pet peeve. Could someone please call TikTok and tell them to fix that stupid fucking bug? I don't know who I'm talking to, by the way. It's just, looks like we got some new people here. Hey everybody, my name's Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab. These URLs right here there used to only be 3 at the top. Now there's 5 at the top. These are all options. If you've not played with ChatGPT, these are all different flavors of ChatGPT, or, some competitor of them. I would personally start with chat.openai.com. Just go there and start playing. And if you're brand new to this shit, if you're like, I don't even know why I'm on this channel. The guy was kind of screaming in the phone, so I stopped. If that's you right now, fine. Cool. Go to chat.openai.com, and then in another tab, open up prompts.chat. Prompts.chat will teach you what these things are and how to talk to them. And then it's a giant long list of personas that you can tell ChatGPT to act like a historian, or act like a mathematician, or act like a screenwriter, or act like a social media marketing manager, or whatever it might be. And it's really inspiring. It'll teach you what the fuck everyone's been talking about. And you owe it to yourself to use these tools long enough until you have what I call a Kevin McAllister moment. Home Alone. So just go play there. All right, let me try to find where I was in my comments. Oh, I think I found my spot. How do I feel about the AI actors? Inevitable. The studio, like one of the reasons SAG went on strike is that the fucking studios, fucking idiots. Like I just, people are so fucking stupid. So the studios basically just ignored the Actors Guild for like 3 weeks. They knew the Writers Guild was on strike, and they knew there was a possibility there was going to be some solidarity there. So they ignored them for 2 or 3 weeks, and then they come out with this proposal. They're like, we've got this groundbreaking proposal. What if, for background actors, so the people in a film that don't have any lines, the ones that are standing behind Matt Damon, What if we pay them for one day and then we scan them in and we take their license and we just own that forever and we can use them in any movie in the future and we never have to pay them again? Wouldn't that be awesome? And SAG was like, go fuck yourself. We're going on strike tomorrow. So, what do I feel about it? I have a degree in acting. I moved to New York City out of school. I've written 7 screenplays. So this is fairly close to a lot of what I know and a lot of what I feel. And I'm also like a tech optimist and a tech fan. It's going to be incredibly disruptive. Incredibly disruptive. How do I feel about it? I feel conflicted because I feel like as a consumer, 5 years from now, I'm going to be able to say, I want to watch Raiders of the Lost Ark, but with Matt Damon in the lead role. And I'll be able to watch that. So as a consumer, there's going to be we're entering an age of hyper personalization. But as an actor, what do you do about that? Is there a whole new kind of agency that all it does is manage likenesses and license out likenesses? As a business owner, if I want to produce an ad that's got a person smiling drinking a cup of coffee, or if I want to produce a commercial where someone's drinking a cup of coffee, if I don't have to send a film crew down to a cafe, pay the cafe for the 8-hour full day revenue that they would have lost for the 38 seconds of video that I might or might not use, if I can just generate that and use that in my commercial, I'm going to do that, right, as a business owner. Does that suck balls for anyone in the acting business and in the writing business and in the voiceover business and in the cinematography business and the gaffs and the lighting people and all the people that would have been paid for that 8-hour day? Yeah, it sucks balls for them. There are going to be actors, writers, film production people that embrace this stuff that are going to get masterful at it. And they're going to produce stuff that is going to blow our fucking minds. So there's a part of me that's like, there's a saying, creative will always out. And what it basically means is good creative is good creative. And really creative people, when they get their hands on these tools and really get their heads around them, they're going to do stuff that's going to melt our fucking faces. That I'm really excited about. But the collateral damage of the transition from where we are to where we're going to be 5 years from now is just going to be devastating. And it's not just actors and writers, and it's every knowledge worker. Think about a business consultant. What does a business consultant do? They come in, you tell them your problems, they go away for a month, they do a bunch of research, they talk to a bunch of smart people, they come back a month later and they say, well, based on your problem, here are 6 other companies that have faced what you faced, here's how they've managed through that, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. If I'm even halfway decent at prompting, I can put that same information into a large language model and effectively get the same answer back in 15 minutes that I would have paid $50,000 and waited a month to get back from the consultant. What's that do to that consultant? I don't know. Maybe that consultant starts using these tools and can deliver more, better shit cheaper. I don't know. I don't know. So I'm really conflicted about it. You know, there's a the depth of how profound this stuff is incredibly exciting. But in the depth of how profound it is profound disruption. And that's fucking terrifying. And so I've said this before on this channel. I am simultaneously as excited as I've ever been in my life about a technological shift and as terrified. And I'm not terrified because of the robots are going to kill us. I'm more terrified that even if it goes brilliantly and 5, 6, 8, 10 years from now, we're a much more prosperous world and a lot of our problems have been solved. Like, even if we go to the brightest possible place, the next 2 to 3 years are going to fucking suck. And it's just how it is. I am funny and entertaining. Thank you very much. Although I just got off a ranty soapbox. I don't think that was entertaining, but I don't know. This is big stuff. It's deep and profound. All right. Bard needs my image to code napkins. Bard rules. Oh, reads my image to code napkins. Yeah, I know, Retropunk. That's really cool. So what Retropunk's talking about is when OpenAI announced GPT-4, they said it's multimodal, and what that means is you can upload an image and it will deal with it. It'll understand what it is. And the example that they used was he took a really bad napkin sketch of a website that was like a joke, like push a button to get a joke. And he uploaded that into a thing and said, make me this website. And it did. It made a functional website from a napkin sketch. And so Retropunk said he did that with Bard today. And Bing.com also reads images now. So Bing and Bard, experiment, upload an image and ask it to write you some advertising copy for that image and see what it does. Boston? Are you in Boston, Deborah? That's super cool. My co-host of the AI Salon is in Boston. She's a professional photographer named Leah Faston. Cheers from Scottsdale, Arizona. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's good for teachers to be able to type into GPT, write me 5 analogies that explain the subject. Exactly. All that sort of stuff that like you can take teaching from these broad concepts to, something that's specific to each kid and let them all sort of find their own personalized. The thing that I'm increasingly starting to understand these tools is we move into an increasingly personalized world to the point where it gets hyper-personalized kind of 5 to 10 years out, where all of our entertainment is original music that is just like exactly like the music we love, and it just gets better and better and better. And there might be some music in there that's music that existed before, but there's going to be a bunch of it in there that was written for us based on all the other shit that we like. And it's going to, and like on every level of what we do. So like that's where we're headed. And so, I'm starting to see like little pieces of glitter are starting to fall from the clouds, and I'm like, oh, there's a glimpse of what it might. Oh, there's another one. But I don't know. I don't know where this stuff's going. I got no fucking clue. As we joked about this week, some guy came in when I was just starting a live, and people was like, hey Kyle, hey, how's it going? And he was like, what are your qualifications? It's just like very matter of fact, like, who the fuck are you, dude? And it threw me. I was like, I don't know what my qualifications are. My qualifications are I'm curious about this shit and I'm trying to figure it out. That's it. I mean, I got 58 years on the planet and I've done some shit, but nobody's qualified right now. Nobody knows what this is going to look like. Nobody knows the impact these tools are going to have on everything. Nobody does. So if you do, let me know, because I'd like to know. If indeed you're a time traveler that used GPT-17 and used it to build the time machine to come back here to just hang out and see how stupid we were about this stuff, just, put it in the comments. Let me know. Ask them about things you're an expert in and their shortcomings are more obvious. Yeah, that's a really good point, user. So one of the superpowers of using these tools is the more quickly you can suss out what's good or bad, what's bullshit and lies or truth, the better you get at it. So, if you're older, if you're like a Gen Xer who actually knows how to use computers, and you've been on the planet long enough to be able to very quickly look at something from ChatGPT and you're like, well, that's just horrible, or, oh, that's bullshit, that's good. But also, as User said, start using these tools where you've got deep domain expertise, where you're good at something. You'll be able to more quickly figure out where it's good, where it's not good, and where it's lying and where it's not. It's a great point. Validation tools. How do we find original sources? Are we at risk of losing the library? Well, this becomes the ultimate library, right? Like, ultimately, the base model for these large language models is the entire output of humanity. That's where we're headed, right? That's like the ultimate expression of these is all of what we've ever done is in them, or can be, right? Can be processed in them. So this becomes the ultimate library. The validation tools, so if you use Bing.com, Bing is actually connected to the internet, and Microsoft has done a pretty good job of incorporating citations into, when it gives you answers, it will actually search for, articles on the internet and include links to them within your answers. I think there's going to be an entire industry built around validation and, de-hallucinating the content and making it more factual. We're early right now, so just understand these tools are spit and duct tape right now. The underlying tech is fairly sophisticated, and it's built on decades of, evolution. But the application layer of ChatGPT and of Bing and of Claude.ai and of Bard.google.com, that application layer is really janky. It's just janky. And it's going to be janky for another year or two. These tools are not sophisticated right now. Even though what they're doing is profoundly sophisticated, what they actually do, how they check it, are not so much. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that. That's awesome. When AI starts teaching itself, how will we know the information it taught itself is accurate? That could end up being a risk. There's kind of two schools of thought. It's not so much is the information accurate or not, because we're going to be able to, with validation tools, we're going to be able to figure out what's accurate or not. One of the issues that is being talked about in machine learning circles is that if you train a large language model on output of large language models, there's a thing that can happen called model collapse, where the quality of the model is getting better and better and better, and then just all of a sudden it falls off a cliff and is bad, right? So model collapse. And then I saw a counter argument to that said basically model collapse is not a thing, and there's a way you can do it where it just keeps getting better. So I don't know. The industry is very well aware that how large language models work make it susceptible and prone to hallucination. So I think you're just going to have companies that build an application. So you've got this large language model base down here. You've got your application layer where you type into ChatGPT, give me an answer. And then it digs into the large language model and pulls out the answer, and it spits it into your face. Well, why not build a layer in between those two that's a validation layer? So I want this answer to this question. Dump it down into the large language model. It spits out an answer. The validation layer goes, is there any bullshit in here? Oh, there's 6 pieces of bullshit. Why don't you go back down and try again, right? Or why don't I go out as a validation layer, and I'm going to go out to the internet. I'm going to find real sources for this, and I'm going to replace all the bullshit sources with real sources. Then I'm going to have the large language model rewrite the thing that it wrote and update any counterfactual information, and then we'll give the person the answer. There's your business to start. All week this week, I've been giving away billion-dollar business ideas. You can make money with ChatGPT. There's one. build a validation layer. From a conceptual standpoint, it's actually a very simple thing. Take the output of a large language model, look at it, and determine if anything in there is bullshit. And if it is, fix it. Now, technically, probably a little more complicated, but that could be a plugin for ChatGPT, right? The plugins are really easy to build here. So you could build a plugin that's like no bullshit, the no bullshit plugin. And you install the no bullshit plugin, and then you just interact with ChatGPT. And every time it gives you an answer longer than 2 sentences, it checks it. Says, any bullshit in here? And then it tells you, we found 3 pieces of bullshit. Here's what they were. Here's what we replaced them with. Go check it for yourself, but we're pretty sure we fixed this. Yeah, so... And by the way, AI is teaching itself right now. The whole open source community is using GPT-4 to train all the lower level open source large language models. So we'll find out if model collapse is a very real risk pretty soon. Very helpful, thank you. I asked Chat if it had read the Library of Congress, and it could not confirm or deny. Were you just good at finding talent to write this code? What? Was I just good at finding talent to write all this code? I haven't written any of this code. I haven't written any of this. I'm just showing shit that these people have written. My first epiphany about ChatGPT was I had it write me an application in Python. And I've never written a line of Python in my life. And in 90 minutes, I created a fully functional Python application that asks someone for a topic, asked them 3 questions about it, and then generated 5 pieces of social media content. That was the first application I wrote with ChatGPT. Never written a line of Python in my life. Still haven't. That's when it hit me. Holy fuck, the world just changed. But no one knows it. That was my big epiphany. I'm using pi.ai for the first time as you speak, and I've made huge inroads tonight in 6 minutes. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, Silver Fox, I saw a TikTok, and it was these 2 guys, and they're talking about pi.ai, and I'm like, oh, I know pi.ai, I've used that. And then they showed the iOS version of it that you can talk to it, and it talks back, and I'm like, oh, that could be fun. And so as I was running errands today, I was talking to my AI, and it was crazy good. It still has a little bit of a delay, but it's not bad. It's pretty close, and it's connected to the internet, so you can ask it for weather and current events and shit like that. Yeah, this is really interesting, and Pi should probably be on this list. So, at some point, I'm going to need to figure out maybe I'll have multiple lists. Maybe this is like a rotating. Oh, that's what it could be. This could be just a rotating series of screens, right? So depending on when you log in, you get a different tool. I don't know. I'll figure something out for that. I love that you're doing these lives. I appreciate that, Mama Nation. Appreciate that a lot. It's good to know. Sometimes I feel like I'm shouting into a void because I do a lot of shouting because I'm an idiot. Thanks, Silver Fox. Oh, Slinky. It's a wonderful toy. Only 15% have used ChatGPT. 1% have returned. Not exactly adoption. Oh, Dakota Digital Cowboy. Can you confirm on the copywriter part? What do you mean, can I confirm on the copywriter part? I'm not sure what you're talking about, but if you clarified it, I'll address it. Chat would not tell me what it had been trained on. Oh, yeah, it doesn't necessarily know. So again, understanding how the tool works is these tools have the cognitive capacity of a calculator. Like if you ask the calculator, how do you do your calculations? It doesn't fucking know. These tools are a word calculator on steroids. The challenge with them is they're so sophisticated that what they write seems like they understand shit. They don't. Like, they don't have any capacity to understand what they've written. They're just a probability engine putting one word after another really, really fast. But they don't actually understand what they wrote. So they also don't have consciousness about what they were trained on. Now, if you say rather than have you read the Library of Congress, if you say what are the primary categories of content in the Library of Congress, it probably knows that. And then you can probably start to run down some incredibly deep, tunnels through Library of Congress content. But again, it may hallucinate. It may or may not be right. But it does not. Right now, it doesn't have any kind of self-awareness. It doesn't have memory. It doesn't have all of its memory is just within your chat, within the context window of your current chat. That's its only memory right now. Future versions, Sam Altman said this about ChatGPT. I'm pretty sure Claude has said it. Anthropic has said it about Claude. These things are going to start to have, you'll have a profile where it understands who you are. It will start to have memory. These things are going to start to get way more sophisticated. Right now, they're just very simple calculators. Fancy ones, profoundly fancy ones. Teachers will lose jobs to AI. I think. So again, I go back to this quote from this guy, Paul Raitzer from the Marketing AI Institute. AI will not replace your job, but people using AI will. I think teachers in particular are going to be forced to reinvent how they teach because the structure of work is going to change. What you train to is going to change. So in today's world, there's a lot of specialization. I'm going to go to school for advertising copywriting. I'm going to go learn to be a copywriter for an advertising agency. It's this very narrow, tactical thing. There are exceptions like liberal arts. Like one of the things that I'm feeling like this AI does is this is like revenge of the liberal arts major. So having a horizontal view of the world is a superpower when you have tools that do all the tactical specialty stuff. So I think teachers are going to have to shift from that idea of you've got to learn these tactical specialization things. And, in lower school, we're going to teach you them as broadly as possible, but it's all about learning the sort of tactical execution to shifting to critical thinking and how do we drive critical thinking and how do we drive horizontal thinking, because that's what's going to be required in a future world where tactical execution is handled by the machines. So I don't know that teachers are going to lose their jobs to AI, but I think that teachers deeply understanding what AI makes possible and that having to be part of the curriculum is just by its nature going to force some teachers out of the profession that don't want to make that transition because it's a completely different mindset. Yeah. Take your skillet, add ChatGPT, become a superhero. Oh, skill set, not your skillet. That's pretty funny. Yeah, so that's a really good point, Dakota Digital Cowboy. These are, in my opinion, these tools are humanity amplifiers. So take the thing you're good at or the thing you're passionate about, do it in conjunction with this, and it's just like you just like level up. This is like level up machines. These are like power pills in a video game. That's what these things are for your skills, for your dreams, for what you want to execute. Welcome everybody. My name is Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab. If you're new here, these URLs, chat.openai.com is the official ChatGPT website. All these other things are either competitors of or different ways that you can use ChatGPT. So if you haven't used ChatGPT before, the prerequisite to being part of my lives is go fucking use these tools. Just go play. You don't have to be a machine learning expert. You don't have to be a scientist. I have a degree in acting. That's why I talk with my hands. That and the ADD. But just go there and start playing, and go to prompts.chat, that little thing right there, prompts.chat. That'll teach you how to interact with these things if you've never done it. And just while you listen to me ramble in the background, just go there. It looks like we got a decent chunk of people in here. If you would, just tap the like screen so we get some likes so people can come in. And if you're willing to, share the live. Maybe we can get another pile of folks in here. And, oh, thank you very much. Look, it's rain. It's raining money. Look, I might end up twerking. Oh, yeah. I'm an influencer. I need to get the purple stripe in my hair and learn to twerk. But after that, then I'll be an influencer. What was I talking about? Thanks for the hearts. Well, I don't know what I was talking about. If one of the things you're trying to figure out how to do is, you can make money with ChatGPT, this is not that. But we do make fun of those people here, and that's part of the deal. I have no clue why Silver Fox was in my last comment. I don't know, Winston Ridge Hardy. Maybe you do. I don't know. Because TikTok's fucking weird, man. 6 months, not that soon. I don't know what I was talking about, but that's fine. Yeah, my predictions are... I figured we would get into an AI, what I'm calling an AI panic in about 6 months back in January. And I don't think we're in it yet, but I think we're starting to see it. I think all these lawsuits are starting to be it. You know, the Sarah Silverman lawsuit, the SAG and WGA strikes, having AI at the center what they do, the ChatGPT pulling Browse with Bing because it was stealing content from Fortune magazine. It seems like there's starting to be little chinks in the armor of traditional business models starting to be threatened. So we're starting to see increases in lawsuits and things like that. So it might be another 6 months, but I have a feeling it's coming pretty soon. Lol, why they're not? I don't know what you're talking about. I work in the AI field. Blue Fathom, I don't know what. Tell me what I said. You said lol, why? No, they're not. I work in the AI field. I probably said something that was bullshit. What you drinking? Iced coffee. See? There's a little ring of coffee grounds down there. And water. It's Saturday night. I know it's boring. I'm not in the mood for the booze. And I'm, ampy enough that I don't need lubrication. All right. This time around, my reply to Silver Fox was on purpose. Oh, that's funny. All right. I'm from the future. AIPI. Remember Mork and Mindy? I do. I used to live in Boulder, Colorado, which is where Mork and Mindy was housed. Was housed? No, was set. The Mork and Mindy house is still there. It's still got a rainbow flag on the outside. Robin Williams was one of my heroes, and I'm still devastated by his loss. Mork and Mindy was brilliant. That was a brilliant show. That was just a show that was just like, you just realized this guy was a fucking tour de force of talent. Just transformed, like no one else could have done that show. No one else could have done that show, period. I've been a C++ and Python programmer for years, and I love fooling with these AI tools and gaining skills, mad skills. Yeah, exactly. It's like anything. Like I've written a bunch of screenplays, and I'm doing things like what's funny is like anything you do, you kind of have these vague ideas sometimes, and then you kind of play act in your head. What would it take to turn that vague idea into a real idea? And most of them just die on the vine because you're like, oh, that would require work, and I don't feel like it right now. So that idea just goes, it just withers away and, blows off in the wind. But with these AI things, it's like, oh, I have this vague whisper of an idea. What if we put that in ChatGPT? Oh, it came to life. Here it is. Well, you can do it with programming, you can do it with writing, you can do it with fucking anything. It's amazing. Or even just weird things like someone will mention something on the news, and it's like some historical event that you've heard of 20 times. You're like, I don't actually know what happened there, and you just type it in. What happened at that event? It's like, here's the answer, and then you're like, oh, that's amazing. Well, how did that lead to this? Well, here's how those two things are connected. You're like, it's just like fucking instant knowledge. I was on the phone yesterday. Yeah, I was on the phone yesterday. Okay, so I don't know if you do this. As a laminated card-carrying member of the ADHD club, I don't have the attention span to read much, so I don't read a lot. But I'm a fast synthesizer, so like one of the things I do with books is once I understand the plot of it, I have no interest in reading it because it's like, why would I read the rest of this? I already know what's going down, right? It's just the way my brain works. So I was on a call, and this guy goes, have you read whatever it was by Neil Stephenson? And I said, no, I haven't. And he starts talking about all this stuff that sounded really cool, like what we were talking about. So as he's talking, I just went to ChatGPT and I typed in, I think it was something Diamond or something Diamond from Neil Stevens. And I just typed, what's the plot of, da-da-da, and, make it short and concise with short bullet points. And it just tossed it up. And, I instantly got what the book was about, what the concepts were about, and could actually understand what he was telling me in a deeper and more profound way. And I told him, I said, I just had ChatGPT read that book for me. Thank you. So, if you got one of those kind of brains, this shit's fucking genius. Someone uses some fancy-ass word in a conversation, and normally you'd be like, uh-huh, and just pretend to understand, and then go, I don't have a fuck what they talked about. You go to your little dictionary. You don't have to do that anymore. It's amazing. All right, I wrote a business plan for my 15-year-old son last night. Awesome. With the drone that I got him for his birthday. You wrote the business plan with the drone? Or for the drone? He being honest. Can ChatGPT help with my acting career? Interesting. I think ChatGPT, one of the things ChatGPT could do for you for your acting career is it could probably very quickly find monologues. So find a monologue that you like, and then tell it to go find similar speeches or monologues in plays and movies that are similar to the one that you like, right? For characters of a similar age, so it could help there. I mean, one of my philosophies with my acting career when I was in New York was I don't want to wait around to work, so I started a theater company, and we did all original plays, right? So we got together with playwrights, directors, producer, stage manager types, and actors, and we just did plays and did plays and did plays. So you could either have it help you with writing or with directing or with stage management. Those could be value if you want to get busy there. I think with things like Bing being connected to the internet, you might be able to find more opportunities. I think voiceover actors are going to be in trouble. I think actors, even though they can synthesize actors, I think we're a few years out from that being as easy as the voiceover stuff is right now. Voiceover actors probably have another year before that industry is just fully disrupted. And then actors is probably more like 3 to 5 years. Trying to think what else. You could probably have ChatGPT tell you what are all the different kinds of acting opportunities that are out there. Like from corporate to commercials to plays to, I don't know, live events. I was one of my first jobs in New York, you had to be an actor, and I got a job selling yo-yos at FAO Schwartz, the big toy store. So there's shit like that. So it could maybe help you find stuff like that. I don't know. Have you signed up for AIR.ai? I don't even know what it is. So no, I haven't signed up. But let's go find out. AIR.ai. 100,000 sales and customer service reps at the tap of a button. Oh, I saw this today. First ever AI that can have a full-on 10 to 40 minute long phone call that sounds like a real human with infinite memory, perfect recall, and can automatically take actions across 5,000 plus applications. This is what I was talking about yesterday on the live. Someone needs to invent this, and then I saw it today, so I'm glad you brought it up. The phone tree, you know the phone tree that we've all come to accept as acceptable? You know, thank you for calling AT&T. Say, blah, 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 Spanish. I don't speak Spanish. Press 1 for the thing you're not interested in. Press 2 for the other thing you're not interested in. Press 3 for a thing you're really not interested in. If you're thinking about this, press 4. The thing you're interested in, go fuck yourself. You know that thing? That goes away. That we flush that entire model down the fucking toilet and replace it with this. You call it, hey, this is AT&T. Welcome, my name's Sally. How are you? I'm good, Sally. How are you doing? I'm doing just great. What can I help you with today? And it's one of those things. It's a virtual thing that knows all of the rules. It knows all of the content. It has authority to do all of the shit it needs to do up to whatever level of authority is appropriate. And then it's also smart enough to understand that if your problem is complicated enough that an AI can't solve it, it immediately routes you to a person. That's fucking genius. So yes, I will go sign up for that. Join the wait list. Thank you for that. This is one of those products I get excited about. Or, you know, there's certain things in life that just piss me off so much. Oh, look at that. Congrats, you're officially a part of history. Oh, well. All right. It's about Verbiage, a phone answering service using AI. Oh, AI. Wait, AIAPI. Is that? Wait, AIAPI. Are you part of Air.ai? If you are, that's a cool service. Get me off the wait list sooner than later if you're a part of that company, because I'd love to play with it. My ears perked up at AI psychologist. Yeah, Dr. J. I think I like the term prompt crafting because I think it is a creative. It's a creative endeavor, but it does have engineering elements about it. And then when I heard that idea of prompt psychology, that felt right to me because it's a large language model. We're tapping into the core tool we have as humanity to communicate with each other, and we're using that tool to put into this tool that knows all the languages, that knows all the words, that knows all the meaning. So I think it is kind of AI psychology, AI psychologist. Someone had ChatGPT play Detroit Become Human. What? Is that a movie reference? I don't know what that means. Someone had ChatGPT play Detroit Become Human. Clarify what you mean, and I'll respond to that in some way. I've never used Discord. Can I join the salon? If yes, how do I get an invite? Okay, so if you go to here, go to the salon.ai. It's a link tree. So the first link is the meetup. And so the meetup is not Discord. So the meetup is just, it'll notify you when we have meetings. Our next meeting is next Tuesday. We have a good speaker coming in. We meet every other week. We usually have speakers, or we will sometimes do this thing called AI confessionals, where everyone in the meeting has 10 minutes to talk about something they've done with AI. Those are fun. And then we have a Discord. I'll show you a little bit about Discord. There's a link to the Discord invite on the link tree, and then there's also a LinkedIn group that you can join as well. Let me flip over here. So I'm in the AI Salon Discord right now. So just to show you what's going on here. So when when you click on the invite for Discord, it'll have you probably create an account, and then it'll have you jump through a couple of hoops, like, click on this thing to agree to our terms or whatever. I don't know what it does. Like it's some sort of shit that basically says, don't be an asshole. And then when you log into Discord, there's kind of 3 columns. There's this column here. These are called servers. So every one of these circles is like a different community. So the AI Salon, that's our little icon there. And then this next column these are the conversations within the AI Salon. So like, here's a general discussion. Here's a ask for help. Oh, Retropunk. Oh, so this is cool. So Retropunk, who's in the live, or at least was before, this is the thing that he uploaded this drawing to Google, and it made him a website. That's super cool. Look, see? Built him a website. Look at that. Look. That's super cool from that. So each one of these little discussions is kind of this linear discussion of just people talking about stuff, and there's all different categories. There's a Mid-Journey channel, so you can come into the Mid-Journey channel and you can make images. And if you don't know what Discord is, then you probably don't know how to do a Mid-Journey image. So I'm going to show you a cool thing right now. So we're going to go out of Discord for a second. And we're going to go over to a thing called po.com, which is on my list of things you should go check out if you want to play with cool shit. And so when you get to po.com, you've got a bunch of different ChatGPT kind of models here. You've got Sage, which is theirs. You've got Claude 2 and Claude Instant. So this is like GPT 3.5. That's like GPT 4 with the 100,000 token context window. You got GPT 4, you got Claude Instant. So these are all just like ChatGPT tools. But Poe also has bots. And one of the bots that they have, so if you go explore up here, you go to all these bots, and they have different bots. And if I go to AI, the very top bot here is called Mid-Journey. And so if I click on the Mid-Journey bot, I can now type in a crappy image prompt. So I'm going to say, what am I going to do tonight? Let's say blueberry muffin in a hipster coffee shop. So I put in just that. Thank you for the gift. And then it rewrote that. Color photo of a blueberry muffin in a hipster coffee shop, rustic and cozy ambiance, wooden table, chairs, vintage decor, natural lighting, Canon EOS 5D Mark IV camera, Kodak Ektar 100 film, 50 millimeter lens, shallow depth of field, with the names Jamie Oliver, Ina Garten, Martha Stewart. So it rewrote a prompt for me that's really good. So that's a cool thing. Go use the bots at Poe are a lot of fun, and that one is one there. So now we're over at Mid-Journey, or we're at the AI Salon Discord in the Mid-Journey channel. And so to make an image in Mid-Journey, you're in Discord, you type /imagine, and then it gives you a space for a prompt. And rather than writing it, I'm just going to paste in what Poe just gave me, and I hit return, and now it's going to go make me that image. Failed to process your command. Apparently it's not going to go make me that image. Wait, did it just... Oh, now I think it did. Waiting to start. Okay, it did now. So now it's going to go make me that image, and I'll show you what it does. So that's how you use Discord. Well, that's the beginnings of it. There's a bunch of shit there. It's the fact that you have to use Discord to make Mid-Journey images and use Discord at all. It's, if you've ever used Slack, it's sort of the precursor to Slack. Slack is sort of Discord for business. And so here come our blueberry muffins. And you'll notice, if you've never seen images be generated in AI before, they always started as these blurry, kind of noisy images, and then getting increasingly sharper. It's the nature of how they're produced. They start as kind of a noisy, averaged image of like thousands of images, and then it just denoises it over 30 or 50 steps and turns it into, bling, there's our blueberry muffins. So those are pretty slick. So let's take one of these that we like. We're going to take... I think that one's nice. But this one has blueberries on the plate. So let's take 4. So once you've created these, you've got upscale 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're going to make them bigger, or variations. Often what I'll do is I'll hit the variation first. So I'm going to get 4 different variations of this bottom right one. So I'm going to hit V4. Welcome everybody. Doing a little mid-journey play. Bow. All right, and here come our variations. One looks dramatic. That upper left one looks like it's going to be dramatic. That's a little drama. It's high drama in the coffee shop. That's a lovely muffin you've got there, sir. Is that blueberry? Oh, I love a good blueberry muffin. You're a muffin. You're a muffin. Stop. Come on, muffin. You can do it. All right. So, those are pretty cool. I'm going to grab 1 or 3. 1. Let's grab 1. So I'm going to hit upscale 1. So now it's going to make a bigger version of that. And then I'm going to show you a cool thing. You can now pan you can pan the image. So it made this image that's vertical, right? So the muffin feels like it's in a little jail. It's like in this visual jail. So now we've got this lovely photo of a muffin. If we had I mean, here's a really good example. Someone was asking me about actors before and photographers and the impact of this stuff. Like if I had a coffee shop, I could hire a photographer to come in and photo style a muffin, but if that looks close enough to what my muffins look like, there it is. I'm done. Okay, so now I can zoom out 2 times or 1.5 times or custom, but I've also got these little panning arrows. So I'm going to pan to the right, and wait, failed to process your command. Now there it went. Okay. So now it's basically going to add to the right of the image. So it's going to give me more of the coffee shop. And it'll probably make it more like a square image than a tall image. And then I can zoom out from there and things like that. But it's really, really powerful. So the left half of this is the image that was there before. The right half is the things it's adding. So this one added a plant, which is kind of cool. Oh, little flowers on the table. That's kind of cool. This one looks like it's adding a fancier little light up here. I don't know what I just did. That wasn't quite beatboxing. That was sort of the beatboxing equivalent of a dad joke. Shoo-ba-da-bee-bop, a-shoo-ba-da-bee-bop, a-shoo-ba-da-boo. All right, so now look. So the aspect ratio of our image changed here, which is super cool. And so, yeah, let's just grab this third one here. We'll upscale the third one. Boom. There you have it. There's a lovely, depth of field, beautiful photograph here. If I wanted to do like an Instagram ad about my cafe, I've now got plenty of room over here to put text and a title. The Cafe. Heaven on a plate, whatever. Right? And what did that take us? 4 minutes? Probably longer than that. So hopefully that gives you some sense of what these things are all about. They're just crazy. It's crazy. You put in some words and out comes a muffin. He made a muffin out of nothing. A muffin out of nothing. Have you seen this IA stuff? It's incredible. It's incredible. He put in words and out came a muffin. and there was a steaming cup of warm milk next to it. I don't know why there wasn't coffee there. It was for a cafe. But it was a muffin. It looked tasty. Do you like a blueberry muffin? I love blueberry muffins. And these were plump blueberries. He didn't say anything about plump, but they were plump. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. You just say words and out comes a muffin. I think it's like that Star Trek show. They say things and then it comes out. You can make money with ChatGPT. Don't ask me for acting advice, by the way. Like driving a car. I don't know what that means. I accidentally got a work from job with AI just joking around. Yeah. What's your name? Khalil? Oh, that's cool. Khalil vibes. A bunch of people in the AI salon have gotten jobs just by putting on LinkedIn that they're doing shit with AI. Have gotten jobs just because of that. We're entering kind of a silly season where if you're remotely competent with this stuff, and that's why I'm saying, if you start playing with these tools with any regularity and you start understanding them and getting your head around them and having your aha moments, start talking about it, because you never know who you're talking to. Everyone right now is trying to figure this out. And one of those people in your life that you had no idea is going to go, I need someone who knows this. Can you come work for me? Or can you do this job for me? I'll pay you. Good points. Can you upload half a book and just ask it to make the book better? Yes. Now, will it make it better? I don't know. I think you probably have to put some, like what I would do in that case is, I would do a lot of pre-prompting. So rather than trying to write the ultimate kind of prompt, like, here's a book, make it better. Make it better how, right? So what I would probably do is I would say, I want you to act as an experienced book editor who specializes in, improving this kind of fiction, without changing the intent of the author. Start out with some sort of broad statement defining what it is, and then maybe even describe the outline of the book or the main ideas in the book. And then maybe what you do is you pop in the first half of the book. And again, you'll probably have to do this at Claude.ai because it's got a 100,000 token context window, which is about 75,000 words. So if you're talking half a book, you're well within that. So I would sort of set it up, define it as this master editor, and then I would pop in the first half of the book, and then maybe even say, and here's the outline for the second half of the book. And then I would say, please take a look at this book, and without changing anything, I want you just to tell me if you understand what your job is. And then it will say yes, and it hopefully won't just start rewriting everything. And then you can say, I want you to look at the first chapter, and I don't want you to rewrite anything yet, but I want you to give me a bulleted list of general improvements that you'd make to the first chapter. And then it'll give you those. And see if you like what it came up with. And then you can say, okay, I like 1, 3, and 4, but I don't agree with number 2. So can you give me a new list of improvements where you don't change anything of number 2? And it'll give you that. And then you say, okay, now can you rewrite the first chapter to incorporate those changes? And then you go read it and see how it did. And then I would just work my way down through the book. So yeah, but it absolutely can. And the other thing to do with these things is, don't expect that it's going to get, like, my experience with this is it tends to be really good at reading something and responding to it. So I think that exercise it'll probably be pretty good. But I consistently find that as I've gotten better with these tools, I can get to about between 80 and 90% of where I want to be very, very quickly. And then there's kind of a point of diminishing returns where it just doesn't get it. And then I basically just take it from there and rewrite it. So I would think it's going to be a similar exercise with your book. Is if it gives you a shitty chapter with bad edits, then tell it, hey, that was shitty. You omitted this part of the plot, which is a setup for something down the line, and give it feedback and tell it was shitty. Say, you didn't match the tone when you changed this thing, or you made it too generic. Oh, I'm sorry. Here's another version. Let me try again. I'm here for it. Oh, TikTok just jumped me to the bottom. Dang you, TikTok! What'd you do tonight? I don't know. Watch some old guy try to navigate TikTok. Why would you do that? I don't know. He was talking to some actor about how he could use ChatGPT to get an acting job. Didn't seem realistic to me. Thank you, Clint Copper. Appreciate it. Good evening. Free indeed. Good evening to you. I'm scrolling back up the list of questions to see where I was. By the way, if you're new here, I try to read all of the questions and answer them all because I'm a psychopath. So what that means is if you've put a question in the last hour, I probably have not gotten to it yet. And you're probably like, this isn't even live. He's probably a bot. This is probably something from China where they're trying to get our information. They're scanning our retinas. Man? I'm GPT-5. Very nice to meet you. Hello. My name's Bob. I'm the new manifestation of AI that's going to destroy your life. Thank you. Oh, there's the person that got a job accidentally by just joking around about AI. That's fucking awesome. It's funny. When I started agency.com back in the olden-timey days, in the mid-90s, there's a guy who teaches, I think he teaches at NYU now or Columbia, named Clay Shirky. He's written a bunch of books. But Clay did this website it was called Biff's something website, and it was purposefully a horribly designed website. It had blink tags and all different sized fonts and different rainbow colors. It was hilarious. And I ended up hiring him because he made a joke website. I sent him an email and I said, anyone that can design a site that bad needs to come work for us. And so he came and worked for us for a while. It was pretty fun. I'm here for it. Where do I start? So you start with all of these URLs right here. You just pick one of them. You don't need to use all of them. The reason they're all here is that some of these are new competitors, like Claude and Bard have showed up on my list in the past 2 days. But chat.openai.com is the official ChatGPT website. So start there. Just go there and start playing. Ask it to write you a song, a poem, a recipe. Ask it to explain a concept to you. Ask it to write a children's book. Just anything. Ask it anything. And then go to prompts.chat, this little thing down here. It's a document that'll teach you about what these things actually are and what prompting is. Prompting is basically just talk to the thing and ask it for shit. Ask it to do stuff for you, and it will. And so this gives you a lot of ideas about things that you can ask it and ways you can ask it to behave. And then the other things are all just different variations of it. So you can go play with all of them, but they're all sort of variations on the theme that is chat.openai.com. I need to use it for my real estate company. Please, then go ahead and do it. Kyle, you're the man. Thank you, Troy. PV Sunshine, I'm not sure what you mean. Ask me a specific question. I'll do what I can to answer it. I'll be right on, buddy. I'll be sure to talk to TikTok. I assume that's when I was talking about it jumping me to the bottom. It's such a stupid fucking bug. It's like, so the bug is if I have my finger on the screen and I'm scrolling the text up and someone posts, it jumps me to the bottom. It's like, just make it not do that. Like there's an if statement that is on the wrong side of when my finger is touching the screen. Just fucking fix your order of operations for your scrolling, people. Come on. I got a degree in acting. I could fix this. But the problem is, it's not a bug that... I'm sure no one uses TikTok like I'm using it, so it's not a bug anyone would give a shit about but me. I can find bugs very fast. Kyle, AI Evangelist Shannon. Thanks, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. Thanks, Mark. That's fucking hilarious. That's awesome. I know enough programming that I can catch a lot of wrong information, but I can usually edit my somethings. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. The more you use these tools for shit that you're good at, the better you're going to be at them. Because you'll be able to go, that's brilliant, that's a piece of shit, that's just wrong. Ding, 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 ding. Just like, it's the thing about actors, isn't it? You stick a fucking heart over their head and they just start dancing for you. I just want to be loved. We need to get AI to figure out how to fix the scrolling issue. We fucking do. Could you all get on that? Could you all go to one of these things and come up with a fix? Describe the problem. Come up with the fix, and then we'll send the code to TikTok and say, could you please just do a git, a git on this? Get this in the fucking code base. I was saved with an AI and saved. I like that, Dr. J. That's solid. Edit my prompts and get code I want. Yeah, that's the thing. The don't give up on these tools when they give you shitty results initially. For two reasons. One is these things are the worst they're ever going to be. This shit's going to get better fast, like dramatically better fast. But also, back to that idea of being a prompt psychologist, once you kind of make the transition from Google prompting, which is like, I want as concise a prompt as possible because I don't want to confuse the search engine, this is kind of the opposite, where you got to kind of think psychologically, like, what context do I need to give this idiot savant so it can take all of its vast knowledge and become my superpower? Once you make that shift, everything starts to change. Then you realize, I can problem solve. If I get back a crappy answer, I can problem solve the prompting to the point that I can get back a consistently good answer. And once you get that, holy shit, is that gratifying. I just want to make $1 million using ChatGPT. You can make money with ChatGPT. We got to do the t-shirts, people. I'll get on it. I just haven't done it yet. I'm still thinking about what I want it to look like. But we'll do it. And I don't know how to spell GPT. So it's all math, right? Yeah, currently the way these tools work, it's all math. I mean, what's astounding about these tools, and Midjourney, like the image generation tools are using the same fucking technology. What's astounding is that it does what it does. Because the output is so sophisticated. But what it's actually doing, once these things are embedded, is they are vector sets. They're sets of numbers that point to a location in vector space, like 1,000-dimension vector space, where there are semantic clouds of words that have similar meaning or related meaning. And then when you type your prompt, it does some sort of math and says, where in the vector space is most likely to be the next word? And it goes, that's in vector cloud 768, over here where there's all the word dog with all these different meanings, and this particular use of the word dog is the one that's most likely to be the next word. So it's all math. It's astounding. It has no concept of what it's doing. It's just a calculator. It's just the most fucking remarkable calculator ever in the history of humankind that's going to transform the very definition of work. But other than that, it's probably just a passing fad, right? Probably just a passing fad. It's one of my favorite moments is when someone's like, well, I heard it's just overhyped. And then you show them something that's relevant to them. And you see them go, I had no idea. I was on a call with a guy once, like 3 months ago. And I built this thing called the social media marketing machine, which is, I basically built a Zapier automation, which was the which matched the first Python application that I wrote in ChatGPT. And it was a Google form that you'd give it a topic, and then you'd answer 2 or 3 questions about the topic, and then you'd hit submit, and it would email you like 5 pieces of social media content, a set of tweets, a blog post, a set of like a tweet, like a hashtag cloud, and just all sorts of shit. And it was impressive, and it formatted. It was like a nice email, right? So I'm on the phone with this guy, and he goes, yeah, I've used ChatGPT. And I said, I just built this cool tool. You want to see it? And he's like, oh, sure. So I said, here, let's. So I shared my screen, and I pulled up the Google form, and I said, give me a topic. And he gave me a topic, and then I said, answer these questions, like, why is that topic important, and whatever they were. And so I hit submit, and so we're chatting, and I'm like, oh, it's this cool thing. You'll get an email in like 30 seconds, so check it out. And so we're talking and going, and all of a sudden I can see him check his email, and he goes like this. He just goes, he goes, Kyle, I had no idea. He goes, I don't even know what to do with this. I gotta go. And he hung up on me. It was wild. But it's like, if you're looking at this stuff from the outside, it's really hard to see what it is, because it kind of looks like a Google search bar. And you're, thank you for the heart. Hey, why are you, ya palooka? And it kind of looks like that. And then, but everyone's telling you, oh no, but this is really different. This is really remarkable. And you're like, well, what is it? It's a chat bot. Well, haven't chat bots always sucked? Yes, they've always sucked. I hate that they called it a chat bot, because it's not really that. It's so much different than that. And then when people actually use it, that light bulb goes off, where they're just like, oh fuck. Wait, it can do that? But it can't do what I do, right? Oh fuck. What do I do? Right? Like, that's the moment I think we all deserve to like confront. And a big part of this channel is like, I want you to confront that moment on your terms, not on someone else's terms, because that's starting to happen. Extras are now going to charge $1 bazillion for an appearance. Here's the problem with acting. For every job, there are 10,000 people that would kill their grandmother for that part. It's a rough business. Everyone wants to be in it. The media business in general is a very rough business, because it's so sexy and it's so prestigious and everyone wants to be a star. And this is what SAG's trying to hedge against. And I don't know how they fight this fight, quite frankly. I mean, this is a really tough fight, because as a producer, if I can save, $3 to $5 million from a production by not having to bring in, 1,000 extras, I'm going to fight for that. The actors are going to say, well, you've got to bring in at least 50% of the people in background have to be real people. Like, they'll negotiate it to something. But that's a rough one. Like, I don't know how they're going to fight for that, because it's from an economic standpoint, it's a tough one. And again, you've just got, thousands and thousands and thousands of people that would literally kill for that job, for that part. It's just a rough business. Luna Labs is the extras. I don't know Luna Labs, but I will look at it. You are on spot. I couldn't agree more. I have no fucking idea what I said, but thank you. I plan to play a bit when I move. It's going to be interesting. Pablo, I would encourage you to play a bit right now. Do it now, before you move. But yeah, play with it. Very well put. Thank you. Don't know what I said. Discriminator. Okay. So AI will drive up no access data behind paywalls. Well, it did. That's so. OpenAI had browse with Bing, where it was ChatGPT connected to the internet, and it was pulling content from behind paywalls from Fortune magazine and probably from lots of others. And so they pulled it, and then 3 days later, they announced a content deal with the Associated Press. And I would be very surprised if they didn't cut a deal with Time Inc., which publishes Fortune magazine. I have a feeling OpenAI is going to start cutting a lot of content deals because they're going to have to, or they're just going to get their asses sued out of business. So, and they don't they want to be running their business. They don't want to be dealing with copyright lawsuits. So they're going to have to cut content deals. So, and luckily they've got Microsoft behind them. So Microsoft is going to run interference for them, and they're going to say, okay, here are the important relationships we don't want to fuck up, and here's the people to talk to. Hey everybody, hi Kyle, hey the bear, what's happening? What's shaking? James Smith, is it worth it to pay for GPT-4? Is there another way to use GPT connected to the internet with good answers? Okay, so this is now a more complicated answer than it was 2 days ago. I think it's still worth paying for ChatGPT Plus, which gives you access to GPT-4, because you get access to Code Interpreter. And you also get access to plugins. I'm more excited about Code Interpreter than plugins, but plugins are going to be cool at some point. They're a little marginally valuable right now. They'll get better. But Code Interpreter's fucking mind-blowing. Bing.com is ChatGPT-4. So if you go to the chat button on Bing.com, that's GPT-4. Now, how have I explained this before? So here's your large language model. This is the GPT-4 large language model. ChatGPT is actually an application sitting on top of the large language model. Bing Chat is similarly an application sitting on top of the large language model. So they both are GPT-4 large language model, but they're different applications, right? So they're not the same. The quality of the OpenAI one is better than the Bing one, but the Bing one actually does more shit than the OpenAI one. Like, it will analyze images, and it will generate images if you ask it to. So those are two options for GPT-4. Then you have Claude AI, which is Anthropic's GPT-4 competitor that has a couple of things about it that make it really, really compelling. It's not quite as good as GPT-4, for what it's worth. But you can upload 5 files to it, like 5 PDFs, and start interacting with them, up to like 10 megabytes each. It also has a 100,000 token context window, meaning you can put 75,000 words in that and have a conversation with it, or like 50,000 words. I don't know. The depending on how they calculate tokens, it might be more or less than 75,000, or between 50 and 75. Poe.com, you can get access to GPT-4, and then Bard is Google's version of maybe GPT-3. Bard still sucks. That's why it's on the bottom. So Claude, Bing, and chat.openai.com would be the contenders. Bing is free GPT-4. Chat.openai.com is paid GPT-4, but it's better. And then Claude is a free alternative that has some advantages over GPT-4, but it's not as strong a language model. So just play around with those 3. Good question, though. This shit's just the options that we have right now are really complicated right now because new competitors are coming onto the scene that are pretty good, have compelling strengths. We don't need teachers. I disagree with that. I think we need teachers to help students learn how to interact with the world rather than learning how to interact with information. I think there's a transition happening. I think we need teachers and leaders. Got to go. Many thanks again. Thank you, Laura. Appreciate it. You're probably gone by now because I'm so far behind on my damn questions. I'm a human with curiosity. Good enough for me. That's all you need to be right now. Be a human. Be ravenously curious and be adventurous and just go to these things and start playing. Start figuring it the fuck out. So you go, Focal Point, Minnesota. I like it. I've been trying to replicate an ML repo for over 6 months in 2 days with ChatGPT done. Wow. That's fucking outrageous. That's amazing. That's amazing. I mean, and now that you've got things like Code Interpreter and Claude.ai where you can upload big files, you could take entire GitHub repositories and upload it to these tools and start interacting with it. Tell it to give you a step-by-step tutorial for how to do it, which it sounds like that's what you did with ChatGPT. That's amazing, Johnson. Very cool. I kind of disagree. I think just like the internet, AI will be split, public versus private. I think you're right. I think that must have been in reference to me saying it's going to be trained on all of humanity or something around that. You're definitely going to have big private areas. You know, the early days of the web, there was very much sort of a, information wants to be free kind of attitude, and there was lots of open source stuff, and a lot of that's going on now with AI. And then over time, the web got more and more consistent and corporatized and all that sort of stuff, and we broke into the major players. That's all now going to get shattered, and we're going to go through this cycle again. The thing that I think might be different here is that because so much of the power of these tools is in the open source community now, and it sounds like Meta is going to release a powerful, like GPT 3.5 competitor for free for the open source community. With a commercial license. They announced that 2 days ago. I think we're going to see an incredibly vibrant public ecosystem for all of this stuff, where you're going to have, if you work for a corporation, you'll use the Microsoft flavor, right? Or the Google flavor. If you're a small company, you might use one of the open source models, or a commercial entity built on top of open source. So I think we're going to have lots and lots of options. But yeah, I agree. There's still going to be, like, we're human beings. There's going to be power centers, and people are going to do everything they can to maximize their power. That's never going to change. Gigo needs the experts to get familiar and correct it. Go garbage in, garbage out. Yep, I agree. I transcribed a YouTube video with vid to text and used Claude to turn it into 2 blog posts and 10 tweets. There you go, Vicky. That's it. I know. It's just like, it's fucking insane. It's just you take like that one little element of what you do during a day, right? If part of your job was doing social media content, and you're like, okay, I got to go to YouTube. I'll download the transcript. I'll read the transcript. I'll pull out the things. I'll write the thing. And that's with interruptions during the day. That's 2, 3, 4 hours of your day. And now you figured out how you can do that like that. And then you could throw that in a Zapier automation and literally pop in the YouTube URL, have it run the automation, and post that content to a Google Doc or to a spreadsheet or to wherever. It doesn't fucking matter. Automatically post it, right? So yeah, it's and that's like one little element of what you do, right? And there's 1,000 of those that can all be transformed in similar ways. And then there's new things that can happen. So it's astounding. Not all needed data will be free. Try reading New York Times article without a subscription. I don't disagree with that, RJ. I think one of the places companies are going to make buckets of money is on proprietary data. Look up, if you haven't heard of it, Bloomberg GPT. They're taking proprietary Bloomberg data, they embedded it and threw it in a vector database, and now they're going to charge buckets of cash to be able to GPT financial data. And so there's going to be tons of those. I think that's ultimately where competitive advantages are going to live. The fact that OpenAI just cut a deal with Shutterstock, and they cut a deal with the Associated Press, and I'm guessing that they're going to cut a bunch more. That means OpenAI is going to be able to have a version of ChatGPT where you'll check the Associated Press button and say, I want to understand, this particular news event restricted to AP sources. Done. Like, that's going to be something worth paying for, right? And AP will get a cut of that, and ChatGPT will get a cut of that, and they're going to have a ton of those. So I think proprietary data is a really interesting place folks can make money. I meant for the code for the companies you built. So I'm more of a product guy than the coding guy. So we've got a tech team that builds our app and builds our CMS, the back end, but I designed it all. Like I know enough about tech to know what we need to do. I just don't know how to do it. So I say, here's what I want it to do. And then they build it and they hand it to me and I make it break. And I say, here's what's wrong with it. Yeah, and we've been around for 11 years now, so the code base is fairly well established and pretty stable. But now that I'm rethinking it all with AI, what I'm probably going to do is I'll have my code base here for my current Storyvine code base here, and then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an AI playground over here, and then at some point when stuff gets real enough here, I'll roll it in. Yes, thank you. I look forward to your broadcast daily. Thank you, Firefly. I appreciate that. What do I need to make these crazy stable diffusion videos? I assume you mean the Runway videos. Go to Runway ML or download the Runway ML app, and then you can either use video to video or text to video. And it just makes videos, and they're crazy and they're disturbing. And here's the thing about all these text to video tools. They're all kind of janky right now, but they're going to be dejankified quickly. If you look at the quality of image generation a year ago, it was laughably bad. And if you look at what Midjourney's doing today, it's disturbingly good. Video is going to follow the exact same path. In fact, the CEO of Stable Diffusion, Stability AI, said that their current internal working model that they're working with, so in Stable Diffusion, you type in text and, whatever it is, 10 seconds later it generates the image for you. The model that they're working with internally at Stability AI is generating images 60 a second. 60 images a second is the speed that the internal model at Stable Diffusion. Why is that relevant? Well, 30 frames a second is video, 60 frames a second is video games. Well, 120, but 60 is pretty good. Dynamically generated, so you're going to have full frame video being generated from a text prompt in the not too distant future. So Runway ML, all these things that you look at it and you're like, well, it's kind of cute, but it's very disturbing because when he went to go drink the beer, it went through his head. That's all going to go. It's all going to be fixed. So again, what I would strongly encourage you to do is go learn those tools, start playing with them. The other thing I would do is go to futurepedia.io. There are probably a lot of video tools that I don't know about. I know there's Descript. There's Runway ML is the most famous one right now because their text to video is pretty good. There's Descript. There's another one I can't remember the name of. And there's probably a ton of them there. So just go to the video section at futurepedia.io. Which tech vendor do you work for? It's a company called Storyvine. I'm the founder and the CEO of it. And it's an automated video storytelling platform, storyvine.com. They might come up with a system that works this time. I don't know who that's in reference to. I am DocuSign, Salesforce, and SAP. Interesting. So I think that these large language models, like Salesforce, in my opinion, no one should ever have to deal with that fucking interface. Ever. It's a fucking travesty. I don't know why CRMs have to be as complicated as they are, but they are. And it's a fucking disaster. But you could throw a large language model simplification on top of it. And I know that Salesforce just announced that they've got 10 AI tools that are going to be built into it. But I should be able to just call someone, record that call, and it just automatically knows this person's new. They're not in Salesforce. It auto creates the contact, the account, the opportunity, because it understood what we talked about, and it was clear that this person actually has budget, so it throws it into whatever the fuck part of the funnel it needs to be in. I shouldn't have to think about that shit at all. Someone needs to go build that, and if Salesforce isn't building it, shame on you. I know you don't work there, you're ex-Salesforce. But DocuSign is similarly complicated, and SAP is just a whole nother nightmare in and of itself. These are all powerful tools, don't get me wrong. Like, businesses need these things to run, but they are so complicated. If you think of the amount of hours that salespeople have to spend inputting data into Salesforce, if they could be on the fucking phone selling rather than inputting data on Salesforce, we would probably double our revenue. And I'm a small company. I mean, if you could get a 10% increase in productivity out of salespeople for a big pharma company, fuck. That all drops to the bottom line. I asked for a meal plan. Bing gave me links. Bard gave me a plan and a shopping list. Yeah, that's cool. Try Claude.ai and try ChatGPT. It's actually, now that there's so many options here, the other night on here, we did this. It was fun. Someone asked, can ChatGPT write a joke? And I'm like, probably not, but let's go try. And so I wrote a single prompt to write a joke about avocados. And then we went to each of these tools and used the exact same prompt across the tools. So it's a really interesting exercise to learn how good or bad these things are and how they're different. Because some are like the Pi one that's not up here, Pi.ai, Pi.ai, is super chatty and like, I'm going to be your best friend. And then some, like Bard is more sparse, and Bing is more Microsoft corporate, and ChatGPT's, decently conversational. But they're all very, very different. It's a good exercise to take the same prompt and do it across things. All right, using it right now, pain points to a 9-to-5 job. Very cool. That's good. Laughing out loud, don't worry and don't twerk. And see, this is someone who understands the reality of this channel. The day I twerk is the day this thing gets shut down for good. How did you lose your TikTok channel? I don't want to talk about it. I thought it was a good song. Guess I shouldn't have shown my butt crack. All right. We've warned you before about twerking. I know, Vicky. I know. I'll put my back out. Exactly. I know that these nightly things are over when my butt gets numb. So it's, we're not far from putting the back out. I want to build a proven technology that provides free energy. I think these things are going to lead us. So because what these tools really do is they amplify what people want to accomplish. And so people who want to accomplish things like free energy and cures for cancer and their efforts get amplified. And if nothing else, rather than being able to do one experiment in a week, maybe I can do 4, or maybe I can do 10, or maybe I can do virtual experiments and I can do 1,000. And in those 1,000 that might have taken 1,000 weeks historically, maybe the answer is in one of those thousands that I do in a week. And we're going to start to see an acceleration in scientific breakthroughs it's just going to fucking melt faces. It's going to change everything. So you go for it. You go for it, user 68017466383133. I would think one of the things that you could use ChatGPT for is to come up with a clever name. Because we do rate names here, and just sticking with the old user number, no. That's 0 out of 10. 0 out of 10. 0. Although, you know what? I'll give you 1 out of 10 because you showed up. Isn't that how some tests go? If you get your name right on the cover letter, you get a point. So you get a point for being here. All right. Just here to learn how to make money. You can make money with ChatGPT. Is that voice make money with Kyle and ChatGPT? Oh, in that voice. Yeah, exactly. All right. How much of a game changer is code generator, code interpreter? It's staggering. You want to see it? Code interpreter, which, by the way, if you're thinking, gee, Kyle, code interpreter doesn't sound interesting at all, and it sounds kind of geeky, and is it me, or is that a fucking horrible name? You're correct. All right. And what the engineers have told me over and over again is, well, technically it's accurate. It's code interpreting. It's a common term it's a term of art in the industry. As an engineer, I know exactly what code interpreter means. And it's a fucking horrible name. All right. At some point, we're going to come up with a new name. We're gonna fix TikTok's scrolling bug, and we're going to come up with a better name for code interpreter. But in the meantime, it's called code interpreter. So how you get to this is I'm at chat.openai.com. So this is ChatGPT. I've paid for ChatGPT Plus, which is the little yellow flag there. And then in GPT-4, you see code interpreter. If you don't see this here, you need to enable it in your settings. So you go to your little name, you go to settings, and then you go to beta features, and you turn it on. So you got plugins and you got code interpreter. And when they bring back Browse with Bing, that'll be here as well. Okay. So now we got code interpreter. And what happens is, so you've got your little prompt window here and you've got a plus button. And we'll upload something. Let's see. Is it downloads? All right, I don't even know what this is. So I went to, if you want to get data sets, you can go to Kaggle, KAGGLE.com, and they'll give you data sets. And I think this one might be Denver crime stats, but there's all sorts of data sets you can get. But it's a zip file. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say, what's the data in this file, ? So the first thing it'll do, it says, let's start by unzipping it. Okay, and so it says the zip file contains crime, offense code, and crime XML. Let's take a look at the first few rows. So let me show you what's actually happening here, because here's the first part of what's mind-blowing about this. So not only can it open a zip file, that's cool. How did it open the zip file? Well, it wrote Python code and executed it. It wrote Python code to import some libraries that unzip files, and it wrote the code and executed it. And then it said the result of my code was, here's the names of the files. And so that's how it wrote this. And then it said, okay, so you asked me what was in here, so let's go ahead and look in here. And now it looked inside those files, so it knows what's in here. So here's all the different data points. Now it's saying, let's inspect the XML file. So the XML file has things like title, geoform for geographic data, bounding coordinates, data access usage constraints, right? So now it understands how this data is going to be formatted with that XML file. So it says, it's important to note this is just a partial view of the XML file and it might contain more information. For full analysis, you might process the entire XML file considering its complete structure. I'm going to say, please analyze and visualize in the most interesting and beautiful way possible the trends in this data. So it says, sure, let's start by loading the complete CSV file and analyzing the data. And I think it'll break the first time. I've done this before because it's encoded. It uses the wrong encoder. Yeah, it did it again. So we encoded it in whatever, and there are some non-UTF-8 characters in the file. So let's try doing it again with ISO 8589 or 8859. So then it says, let's start the analysis by doing the following. Check the time span, analyze the distribution of crimes over time, check the most common offense types, analyze the geographical distribution of crimes, check if there's any trend or pattern in the time, hour of the day, day of the week, month of the year when crimes occur. First, let's start with a time span of the data set. So it's writing code for all of these. It looks like this one might time out. And so if it times out, it'll write new code. So this is the kind of stuff Code Interpreter is doing, is it's doing full-on data analysis, full-on coding. What it's actually doing is it's spinning up a virtual machine for every chat session that you use. And it's running itself. It's basically running like a little mini computer inside ChatGPT that writes and executes code. It's got its own set of libraries it can use. And then it just goes and writes stuff. There it did a crime chart. So that's a line plot of what? Number of crimes over time monthly. And it's still working. It's literally doing data analysis. Remember I asked for it to be beautiful? Here's a bar chart that it did in lovely rainbow colors, which I'm sure would offend many of the people looking at crime stats, but whatever. There it did some sort of scatter chart that looks like it's a bad scatter chart. This scatter plot shows distribution of random sample of crimes. So that you can tell it screwed something up there, so to fix it, and it'll go fix it. It's still going, right? So it came up with its own set of instructions. All I said to it was analyze this and visualize it and make it beautiful. So that's Code Interpreter. So yes, what was it? How much of a game changer is Code Interpreter? I think it's big. You can upload images and say, what are the top 15 average colors in this image? And give me their RGB values and display them and give them the name of a creative crayon color, and it will. It's nuts. Now, what can you do with it? That I'm not as clear on because I don't know data science at all, like at all. But I know that what I just watched it do is staggeringly powerful. No more teachers or tenure professors. I don't know about that. I think teachers are here. You're so right. I'm glad, but I don't know what I was saying. How can I leverage ChatGPT in real estate? Many, many ways. Go play around with some of the real estate plugins in ChatGPT. You could have it do comps. You could have it write you marketing copy. You could have it could write you video scripts for TikTok. You could just, if you got the prompt right, you could probably give it an MLS listing and it would pull the relevant data from the MLS listing, and yeah, you could probably create a prompt that would create a TikTok script for you or whatever, a YouTube script that just talked about like the neighborhood and the schools and how cool the house is and what are the unique pieces of the thing, and You could have it write letters, prospect letters. You could have it summarize call notes and automatically follow up with emails. I would look into Zapier to do automations to automate a lot of this stuff. With Bing, you can upload a picture to Bing. You could upload a picture of the house, assuming you're not in commercial real estate, but even if you are, upload a picture of the house to Bing and have it write social media copy for that house and just see how it does. I don't know if it'll do good, but it understands what a house is and it understands what copywriting is. And you could say, you're a real estate agent who specializes in writing really interesting social media copy based on the image of a house. I don't know. Like what I would say is start using these tools, start playing with them, start understand what they make possible, and then just dig deeper and deeper and deeper. Take little pieces of your job and start to use these things to amplify it. I really hate writing letters. I'm not really good at it. Okay, great, perfect. If there's an email that you wrote that is a masterpiece, took you 3 hours to write it and it was super painful, but you love that email and you use that as your template and it's always painful. Take that, pop it into ChatGPT, say, hey, you're a real estate agent and here's an email that you sent recently. Paste it in, paste. Now, write me a new email to this person about this property address and follow the tone and structure of the email above. Out it'll come. It'll be perfect every time. You'll never have to write another email. Start with shit like that. Little pieces of your job, make them better, and then just start to expand your little circle of the things you can do. Get bigger and bigger and bigger. And tell all your coworkers about it. Share it. Talk about it. Is there any AI out there that's helping things like affiliate marketing, website funnels? There's a shit ton of them, and there's plugins for them, Sean. Thank you for that. What is that? That's like a little baby dinosaur. Cute. Love it. All right. Go to affiliate marketing funnels. So go start playing with ChatGPT plugins. There's a bunch of SEO and affiliate marketing shit in there. And then I would also go to futurepedia.io. And then the other thing you can do with affiliate marketing, quite frankly, is you can just copy and paste, whether it's the marketing materials or training manuals or things like that. Just pop it all in there. Like go to Claude.ai that's got 100,000 token context window and just upload a bunch of PDFs of, training manuals from your affiliate marketing thing and just have it start writing copy for you. And have it design, website funnels and website funnel copy and all that sort of stuff. I think this shit's going to be brilliant for affiliate marketing. But I guarantee you a lot of the affiliate marketing people are all over it. But they're all the ones that are like, you can make money with ChatGPT. You can white label this, you can make money with ChatGPT with your face saying you can make money with ChatGPT. Just sign up for my multi-level scheme and support network. So we can all make money with ChatGPT. Telling people that they can make money with ChatGPT. Not that I'm bitter and cynical about affiliate marketing. Or as we called them in my Gen X days, pyramid schemes. All right. They're not all pyramid schemes. I know that. Don't get on my case. I'm just being bitter. All right. Will Bard or Bing AI help with planning a trip and train travel? They all will. And in fact, if you pay for ChatGPT Plus, go to plugins. There's a bunch of travel plugins in there. But Bing is probably the best one because it's connected to the internet. So just go to Bing and tell it to not only book your travel for you, but plan daily itineraries, find good restaurants, all that sort of shit. All right, it's 10:12. I got to go, people. I can't. It's Saturday night. What are you doing here with me? Why is everyone still here? Why are you here? Why are you here? Well, because of the entertainment value, clearly. All right. How can I leverage from real estate? We just talked about that. It was awesome. What's that one called? I don't know. From ChatGPT, I mean. We talked about that. What's that product? What was the product? What was I doing? What did I do? I don't remember what I did. Oh, I don't know. I don't know where I was. Sorry. You got to be more, because I'm behind on all my comments. If you just say what was that or it, I don't know what it or that was. I want to know when the AI has access to scientific abstract and discussion, but there is a paywall. So go to here. I'll show you, Mommy Nation, if you're still here, Mama Nation. So we're going to go to ChatGPT plugins, and then we're going to turn off Zapier, and we're going to turn on X Papers and ML Paper Reader. And I think there might be more. I'm going to go see if there's other ones out there. Here what comes with the day. So paper. No plugins found for paper. Oh, that's Pepper. Paper. X Papers, Paper Chat. Search through archive publications. I already got that one. Search for the latest research papers on a specific topic from PubMed. I'll install that one. It looks like there's a bunch of plugins for this. So 250 million scientific papers. That one's called Science. Free and reliable academic search. Some of these may require accounts behind paywalls, but I think some may not. Lit Maps. So that's Get Help Exploring Scientific Literature. All right, well, whatever. Let's go back out of here. And so I've got, what do I have turned on? I've got ML Paper Reader, X Papers, and Next Paper. I'm going to put on Science because that one seemed more scientific. Okay, so now I'm going to I want to find research on effective high-dose antibiotic treatment of long-term Lyme disease. And let's see what it does. It should fire up one or more of those plugins using Science. So the way the plugins work is they kind of understand, based on what you're looking for, might I be the right plugin for this? And so here are some recent papers on the topic: high-dose antibiotic treatment for long-term Lyme disease, manage of pediatric Lyme disease, updated Lyme disease guidelines, confirm current best practices. Fucking assholes. Current best practices are bullshit. This is something I know a lot about. Fever in return traveler. And then I could also go, what is the latest research with regards to large context windows for LLMs? And this should fire off a different plugin. This should fire off one. Oh, it's using Science as well. That's okay. Let's see what it does. Here's some of the latest. Scaling laws for auto-regressive generative modeling from 2021. These seem like they're older. But anyway, go play with the plugins and maybe just turn them on and off one by one until you find one that works. So hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps with the finding of the papers. The other thing you can do is use Bing, which is connected to the internet. And is that what you asked about? Yeah, there might be things behind paywalls, but those plugins might do it. I honestly don't know enough about the research world to be of any help more than that. Actors can monetize prompt engineer portfolios so theater groups produce their own original works. True. I mean, listen, the thing about any disruptive technology is that it's in the immediate, it's fucking terrifying because it's changing the game. But long term, actors are going to find ways to act. Here's the thing. Thank you very much. Here's the thing that I think is going to be a big deal is authenticity. The value of authenticity is going to go up dramatically when the world is inundated with auto-generated content. We're going to see all this content that's going to look super slick on the surface, and then it's all just going to be kind of this numb sameness, and it's going to get really boring really quick. And you know what's going to rise above the noise? Human beings that find ways to connect. I mean, Taylor Swift is playing right now, 10 minutes behind me. There's fucking 80,000 people in that stadium singing every single word of every single song for however many fucking hours she performs. It's fucking insane. Those kind of experiences, in my opinion, go up in value dramatically when all this synthesized shit overwhelms us, right? And so what are actors going to do? They're going to find ways. They're going to find ways to rise above the noise. So, and you know, movies might look different. Movies might be completely transformed. But we're going to still realize that there is something different about a human being doing it, making a human connection, than the bots. There's going to be a lot of shit where it doesn't matter if it's a bot, right? If it's a fucking coffee commercial, does it really need to be anything other than, like, all they're doing is hiring the most corporately bland human being anyway, right? A lot of those commercials, they're bleeding the humanity out of them anyway because they don't want to fucking offend anyone. So let those things be synthesized. Does that fuck some things up? Sure, but you know what it does? It frees up those creative people to do more interesting shit. What does that look like? I don't know. But I think authenticity, the value of it's going to be up there, and actors are going to find ways to fill that space, and creative people are going to find ways to fill that space. And previously non-creative people who have found their creative voice because of these tools will fill that space. So, yeah. Is he live on a couple of platforms and reading comments from someone else? Well, Aurora, Richard Hill Realtor, no. I'm just very far behind on my comments, and I haven't gotten to you yet. But now that I've gotten to you, I'm talking like a smarmy asshole because I can. Am I live? Who knows? Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, no, I'm just behind on my questions, and that's what happens. That's what happens. Theater group can create characters best suited for the people in the group, those with disabilities. Oh, yeah, that's actually a really interesting idea. Can you say the name of the customer service AI again? I can. I still have it here. AIR. AIR.ai. AIR.ai. This is the future, in my opinion. This is the future, in my opinion. I don't know if this company is going to be the future, but 100,000 sales and customer service reps at the tap of a button. Yes. Blow up the phone tree right now. Flush it down the fucking toilet. God, I hate those things. Like, you want to know why Gen Xers are so fucking angry? Do you really want to know? We remember it used to be when you got on a plane and you sat down and it was more than a 30-minute flight, they'd bring you a nice hot meal and they'd treat you like a human being and they were nice. And we remember that. And that's gone. And then we also remember if you spend a lot of money with a company and you had a problem, you picked up the phone that was connected to the wall, and you had to stand there and you had to do this with the things. But when you called a company, a fucking human being answered and you talked to them. We remember that. That's why we're bitter. Fucking bag of pretzels the size of a half of a pretzel? That's not a meal. And a phone tree isn't a fucking conversation. Bring on the robots. I want to talk to a robot. I don't want to press 9 if I'm slightly inconvenienced. Every now and then I just get the image of someone scrolling through TikTok and they just see me fucking ranting about being bitter. It makes me happy. I'm hoping there will be an AI that can do principal component analysis. I don't know what that is, Mama Nation, but I hope for your sake there is too. I assume there could be. It seems to me that Code Interpreter could do that, but I don't know what it is, but I assume that you've got some sort of data set that you could put in there and you could ask it to do principal component analysis, and I bet it will. But I'm so ignorant about what that term even means. I could go look it up on ChatGPT right now and be like a typical man and act like I know what you're talking about, but I don't. Mansplaining is a service. You can make money with ChatGPT. Oh, okay. So we'll do we should also do mansplaining as a service as a t-shirt. ChatGPT, mansplaining as a service. All right. What is the thing in your window that says 100,000? Is that Air AI? It's too small to see. Yeah, that was Air.ai. Yep. That was it. That was it. That was it. Bing search engine gives links to info it finds. Exactly. Oh, you're all talking to each other, which I think is super cool. AI theater. Instead of casting people for a role, you can create a role based on the caster character. Yeah, that's the kind of... So what you're talking about, Chris, is the short-term fear that AI is going to take our jobs or we're all going to lose our jobs. A lot of people are going to lose jobs, but AI is going to generate a bunch of jobs, and they're going to generate jobs based on rethinking how things are done. Done?
No, almost.
Okay.
You done?
Yeah, soon. What are you doing? You still working?
Yeah.
Nice.
Just came to say hi to you and the doggy.
Ah, doggy's good. He hasn't been barking too much.
Probably hungry.
Hey, fatty. Hey, fatty. Hey. Yeah.
Come here, baby.
All right. But yeah, that kind of innovation, like even in theater, like yes. More of that. That's what will come. That's the stuff that gets me excited. But I am not naive enough to think that there's not going to be all sorts of shitstorm pain to get there, which that sucks. Seen that new AI called Claude.ai? You mean that one? Looks pretty sick. Now I use Bard, ChatGPT, Perplexity, and Claude. I know. I know, Wilbert. Me too. Plus, today I was talking to Pi.ai, and now I'm going to sign up for Air.ai because I want to tell everyone that I know to fucking replace their phone trees with something like that. I hope they're a success. I hope their technology doesn't suck. Perplexity... Yeah, and Bing. You should throw Bing in there because Bing, you can generate images and it's connected to the internet. And have you created 360 panoramic images using AI? I did using that. There's the fuck's it called? There's a text to sort of 3D world generator that makes a 3D world that you can generate. It's a game generating thing. Hang on, I can't ever remember the name of it. AI text to world. Text to world generator. Not deep AI. Blockade Labs. Go to skybox.blockadelabs.com. This is cool. And then we'll do... wah, 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 wah. And we'll do wah, 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 wah. Wah, wah, wah. Okay, we're going to do portal to a new world where that world is full of sentient avocados. Generate. Let's see what it does. It's working. It's working. Patience, people. Patience. Patience. Genius takes 38 seconds. Now, can I turn off? How do I turn? Oh, it turned it off for me. So there you go. There's our sentient avocado world. Look, we've got an avocado. We've got an avocado dash panel here. Ooh, that's beautiful, actually. Look at that. It's sort of like an avocado. It's like an apple avocado planet. So yeah, that's that 360 world. So this is skybox.blockadelabs.com. I mean, what's fascinating about this, I forget how you do it. Can you download this? Is this download? No. Download. So I'm gonna open the image. And this kind of takes some of the mystery away from it. But this is what it generated. So all it's doing, and I know like I'm saying all it's doing like it's not doing anything. They've essentially pre-prompted it to create a single flat image that if you wrap it around a cylinder, it looks like a 3D world. It's not actually generating 3D art. It's just generating 2D art that happens to be formatted like that, but then it looks like this. Because math. Right? I mean, it's crazy. It's nuts. So like those curved lines here, they look straight because it's mapped against a curved projection, right? So the next step, the next stage of this kind of thing is it will generate something like this, but it'll be a full-on 3D world, right? It'll be a generated 3D world, and I can fly out this window. It's not there yet, but holy fucking shit. Nuts, right? I mean, what's amazing is all of that we just saw, all of Midjourney, all of the protein folding that AlphaFold did is all based on the same basic technology here. These weird vector spaces, these math vector spaces representing gargantuan amounts of data. I still, like that thing I just showed, the Blockade Labs thing. Like 6 months ago, I don't know how old you're, a year ago, that wasn't possible. And now it's like I can draw a portal and say, make me a portal of a world of avocados, and it just fucking does it. And with as fast as these tools are advancing, if you've been playing with this stuff even for a month, what do we do in 5 years? What is possible in 5 years? What's possible in a year? A year from now, July next year, what are these tools going to be? They're going to be more fucking magical than they are now. So learn to use them now and just keep up as best you can and stay curious. Go play. Go to futurepedia.io and run down a rabbit hole or two. Beatboxing elevator music. Yes. Night, everybody. Sleep is still important for old humans. I know. Me too. I gotta go. I gotta go. My voice is going. My ass is numb. Can you us how to include a reference picture with the prompts? Oh, can I tell us how or show us? Reference picture with the prompts. Do you mean in Midjourney or in Bing? Let me show you in Bing. I just rubbed my face. It's all red. We're going to start over. I'm going to go more balanced because I don't know what to do here. So let's see. Let me go grab a picture. Okay, that's a good one. Where am I? What did I do? I'm so confused. Okay. Oh, wait. My Bing. Do I need to reload this? Come on. My Bing no longer has image processing. I do not know why. That's strange. That's a strange one. I do not know. Let's try Bard. Bard.google.com. So here I'm going to upload an image. Upload a file, JPEG. Yeah, that's good. We'll do that one. Good picture. That's a good Midjourney image I created for the AI Salon. Well, I created it just because I created it, and then I thought that would be good for the AI Salon image. So I'm going to say, you are an ad creative expert in creative engagement copy. Please write 10 ad headlines that incorporate the themes in this image for a community of AI enthusiasts. Let's see what it does. So now this is Bard. Bard's not as good at the wordy words, but it can analyze an image. And I don't know. So Bing, in your little search bar with Bing, next to the microphone button, if there's a little camera icon next to it, you can upload images, and mine just didn't have that for some reason. Okay, so it says, sure, here are 10 ad headlines that incorporate the themes in the image. So the art of artificial intelligence, take a ride on the future with AI. So there's a VW bus in there. The new frontier of creativity, surf the waves of AI innovation. So it's a beach scene, right? Here's the image. There's the image, right? Surf the waves. That's pretty good. And this is Bard, right? Bard's not good at the wordy words, and this is not bad. AI, the next chapter in human evolution. That's got nothing to do with that image. The power to create a better world. The future is now. Answer our creative needs. The key to unlocking our potential. So a bunch of those are just generic. Too many are generic. Can you mention at least one specific item in the image for every headline? Explore the future of art with this painting by AI. Take a ride on the future with this self-driving car. The new frontier of creativity with this. So, okay, this is something that AI will do a lot. It kind of locked in a linguistic structure that it's using in every single one of them with this AI created avatar, with this AI powered disaster, with this medical diagnosis tool. Like it's so Bard, like where Bard's just going off the rails here, and it's no longer even referencing the image. It's kind of referencing its own headlines somehow. That's one of those things where this is just I wrote a crappy prompt and it's being particularly crappy. This is the kind of shit that GPT-4 just doesn't do, or doesn't do as much. But anyway, that's how you would add an image in Bard or Bing. And then over in Discord, if you want to add an image, it's a little more complicated, but it's doable. So let me show you how to do that. So we're going to go take that same image, and I'm going to drag it from the Finder into the Discord window, and then I'll hit return. And it uploads that image. It's a big image. It's a 3 megabyte image. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click it, or on a Mac you can control click it, and I'm going to copy the link to the image. And then I'm going to say /imagine. So that's how you make an image in Midjourney. And in the prompt, instead of writing anything right now, I'm just going to hit paste, and I'm pasting in the URL of the image, right? So basically, the first part of the prompt here is this image, and then I'm going to write photograph of a VW bus on a beach at sunset. And I'll just leave it at that, and let's see what it does. So in theory, it should turn this into a photograph rather than the stylized art it is now, because I told it to make a photograph. So we'll see if it does it. And this is part of the joy and frustration of working with these tools, is that they are remarkable and then they are remarkably frustrating. Getting it to consistently do what you need it to do or what you expect it to do is just not always as straightforward as you think. But you do get better at it, and the tools get better, and this is how we do what we do. We does what we does. It looks like it's making red VW buses, this is promising. And I think they're looking photographic. We're building. I didn't give it an aspect ratio, so it just made them square. Although it does look like it letterboxed them, which is interesting. All right, one more. One more pass. Let's see, which one of these looks good? I think number one. This one's got some weird ass reflections on it. And that one's just boring. That doesn't quite look like a VW bus. So we'll do number one. So I'm going to upscale number one. And it's going to go off and make me a lovely expanded version. Nice. There you go. And now I'm going to do zoom out 2x, because if you haven't seen zoom out, it's pretty amazing. So I've got the bus here. I'm going to do zoom out. And it's going to give me 4 different options of this, where we see a lot more sky and a lot more beach. Wait, what's it say? That interaction failed. Well, you suck. It looks like Midjourney's a little busy tonight. That interaction failed. Well, you still suck. Anyway, all right. That's how you do that. Hope that helps. All right. I said I had to go 25 minutes ago. I wish I could quit you. Oh, at least I entertained myself. We're having fun tonight. Saturday night, hanging out in the AI Learning Lab. What did you learn tonight? I didn't learn shit. I joined a little late. What was the AI voice you were showing that you said is like what AT&T uses? Oh, it wasn't an AI voice, Jason. It was... I was making fun of AT&T using phone trees. And I want them to use AI robots to just talk to us. I think that's what I was talking about. The site was called air.ai, AIR.ai. I assume it's a B2B thing that's pretty expensive. Are you on Google Scholar? I'm not. Is Google Scholar doing interesting stuff with AI right now? I would imagine they would be. Google Scholar. And if you're asking me if I've been there, if I'm there as a professor, no, I'm not. Maybe I should be. No, I don't. I'm not. I don't know. Tell me why you're asking. Night Mama Nation. What kind of AI jobs are available? All jobs are going to be impacted by AI. So I would say it's not so much that. So if you want to go work for companies that are doing AI, like go start, learning about these companies that are behind all this shit we're using. But if you're talking about like what jobs are out there in all the businesses that are going to be using AI, all the businesses are going to be using AI. So what I would say is, what are you good at and what are you passionate about? Start learning AI and then start to teach yourself how to do what you do, amplified by AI, and start talking about it. And jobs will find you for the next year and a half. Anyone who gets AI literate in their expertise is going to be in good shape. Anyone who resists it is going to be fucked. So while there might be jobs like prompt engineer and we need an AI this and an AI that, it's not going to be that obvious short term, because what's going to happen is people are just going to be like, I need to learn like this. I was out to dinner with my CEO buddy, and he told me that he saw 30% productivity gains because he started using AI. I got to figure this stuff out. How do I use AI for my donut shop? If someone in the donut shop is like always talking about how they use ChatGPT and AI, when that CEO goes, hey, wait, what's your name? Hey, Dedney, you've been talking about that ChatGPT thing. Do you know anything about this AI? I know a little bit about it. Yeah, good. You're going to be the new VP of AI. Like, that shit's going to happen. So start learning how to do what you do using these tools. And then it will become increasingly obvious where you might be good in this new world. Wrote pharmacy procedures in minutes. Oh, that's fascinating. That's really cool. Use it for VBA programming and Excel formula building. It's brilliant at that shit because it's so well documented. All that VBA stuff and the Excel formula stuff, there's like an infinite number of courses on it. So in the corpus for the base large language model, it's just full of that shit. Like, those formulas have been around for decades, right? So it's good at that shit. That's awesome. All right, someone's going to have to edit every spur work. I don't know what spur work was supposed to be, but someone will have to edit something. All right, let me do a few more questions and then I got to go. I really got to go this time. Seriously, stop forcing me to be here. It is not appropriate. It's not. I am triggered. I'm triggered. Looks like we got some new folks in. Hey, everybody, my name's Kyle Shannon. This is the AI Learning Lab, and apparently I'm a bitter old Gen Xer. Don't you call me boomer. Don't you do it. Fucking millennials. Okay. My AI movie will be called The Matriarchy, showing the history of the world if women were in charge. That'll be a good one. That'll be awesome. Do it. Love it. You know, visions of all that comes later. What site is he on? What drug is he on? It's called caffeine and ADD. Tasty. Bedtime reminder. Apple has now told me it is time for me to leave you. Is it getting better? Me? No. This is as good as it gets. It only goes downhill from here. Used to take beating up an analyst. Now it's just a conversation. Yep. Love that real estate analysis. Cool. How do you get it to GID mode? Git mode? I assume you mean Git as in GitHub. You can just copy and paste a README file from a GitHub and have it give you step-by-step instructions for how to get it up and running. Somewhere I read that someone exported an entire Git repository and uploaded it into, I think, Code Interpreter and just started doing shit with it. So, again, the depth of Code Interpreter is significantly beyond my ability to even imagine it. So as I learn more about that, I will share what I learned. But Code Interpreter is one of those things that is newly humbling. Just when you think you had this shit figured out, ping! Here's a thing to make you feel stupid. Me, X, Y, and Z, trend it, analyze it. Some. Okay, for my AI bot to be my friend, it has to be private and trusted. Yeah, Lewis Scott, that's going to be a big deal. Trusted private data is going to be a big deal. R2D2 is 100% loyal. The other thing you're talking to is a thing called alignment. And alignment is basically aligning the goals of these things with the goals of these things, right? Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, said that they're dedicating 20% of their compute power, which is a lot. 20% of their resources are going to what he's calling super alignment, which is basically we want to make sure that the bots have the same imperatives as the humans. That they're in alignment so that these things just don't go, we'd be a lot more successful if we got rid of these pesky meat bags. That's the thing we don't want, because they're already verging on being significantly smarter than us, and probably within a year, probably within 3 years, the capability is going to be so beyond any human that if we haven't worked really hard on alignment, that's an actual risk. Maybe 5 years. Thank you for your picture upload demo. Good. I didn't know which one you wanted. I hope that helped. That's nice. I want to be there. Oh, the VW van. I know that picture made me very happy when I made it. That picture was a complete accident. I was showing someone on a live. Someone asked about the describe feature in Midjourney. So you can upload an image in Midjourney, or you type /describe, and then it gives you an upload button, and it will describe, it will write prompts for your image. And then you can generate new images from the prompt. So I uploaded a papercraft cruise ship on an ocean at sunset, and I had it rewrite prompts, and then I had it generate images. And one of the images it generated was the VW bus. And the prompt didn't say VW bus. It was just weird. It was just a weird anomaly that it came up, but it was so fucking beautiful. The avocado universe intervened. Go get some wine and come back. I need to go to bed. Just get some wine. Just drown those sorrows. You're right, though. How to make money with ChatGPT. Like this. You can make money with ChatGPT. Hope that helped. All right. Use Google Scholar for journals for school. Nice. Passive income. Yes. Yep. Yes. How do I learn to add AI to my CV? Come join the AI Salon and just say, member, AI Salon. There's no fee. We're just a bunch of people trying to figure this shit out. Show up to a meeting. Contributing member of the AI Salon. There's a way. I work for an organization called Content Evolution. I don't work for them. It's not a paying gig or a paying organization, but it's like a federation of marketing companies that all kind of co-market and support one another. Basically, it's like a professional trade group. So I made a content generator for them. If you go to contentevolution.net, it's called the Challenge Engine. So it's basically a Zapier automation that generates some cool content. And so the guy that runs it said, hey, I want to give you a title. How about Chief Generative Officer? I'm like, cool. He said, I'm pretty sure you'll be the first one in the world to have that title. I'm like, awesome. It's completely meaningless, but it's front and center of my resume. Chief Generative Officer, Content Evolution. I don't know. Make shit up. Everyone's making this shit up right now. Nobody knows what the fuck they're doing. These tools are literally being invented while we're using them. Like, this list used to have 3 things in it. Now it has 5, and I could argue that there should be 6, maybe 7. And probably within a month, there will be 10. 10 what? 10 major competitors to GPT-4. How do you use them? I don't know. How do you use Code Interpreter? I don't know. What's it going to do? I don't know. Is it going to shake some shit up? Uh-huh. In dramatic and powerful and profound ways. What's that going to look like? I don't know. But you're the Chief Generative Officer. Exactly. No one's an expert right now. Anyone that tells you they're an expert is full of shit. So if you know how to spell AI, put it on your CV. And by the way, copy and paste the contents of your CV, paste it into ChatGPT, write some bullet points. Hey, by the way, in the last 3 months, I've done the following things with AI. Bullet point, bullet point, bullet point. 6, 10, whatever it is. Doesn't matter. 2. Please update my CV to reflect the fact that I've got experience in generative AI and I want a job doing that. And it will rewrite your CV for you and automatically incorporate that shit into it. It'll do it in 30 seconds. And then when you pick your jaw up off the floor, upload that puppy to LinkedIn. Change your title to Chief Generative Officer of Bupkis. Who's gonna, like, you think they're gonna fucking check? Do you have a master's degree in generative AI from Harvard? No, no one does. You know how you can get a degree in like web design and shit now? When I started in 1994, nobody knew what the fuck it was. They didn't have classes in web design. You had to make that shit up. That's where we are right now. So make it up. No one's going to check. We're going to find the best CV language. Right there. Tell it to be a master, like employment advisor, and ask it what are the different, what are the most successful strategies for resume creation, and let it tell you the strategies, and then say, here's my resume. Can you improve my resume for this kind of job, incorporating this kind of experience with AI, using one of the strategies, you know, the strategy above you think best fits my resume. Out it'll come. It's right there. That's why I sit with these next to my fucking head all night long. I don't work for any of these guys. They don't pay me to point you to them. All right, I am thinking, oh, fucking TikTok. The fucking scrolling bug just happened. People, I thought someone here said they were going to fix this and tell TikTok to update their scrolling code. Don't we have ChatGPT for that? I'm thinking about using AI to scan my job's SOPs, statement of something, and asking it questions. Yes, you should do that. Although, just be careful. There's risk of, like, I would turn off your browsing or your prompting history in ChatGPT. Make sure you export your data first so you get your prompt history, but I'd turn it off and then request that they don't use it. We're hanging out, brah. Peace, brah. All right. You're our AI slave. I am. Can you mansplain that? That's what this channel is. What are your qualifications, Kyle? I ain't got none, but I still talk like I do. Problem with AI, it's using a lot of copywritten data to build its data set. Well, it's been trained on a lot of copywritten data. Is it a problem? It is to the copyright holders right now, but most of them don't understand how it works. And I think long term, if you play out how to best train these, you train them on as much data as possible. And what is that? That's all of the data. You train them on as much as you can get. All of the copywritten, all of the data. Because ultimately, this is the library, right? This is the knowledge library. This is the collective output of humanity is the ultimate data set that we want in these things. So just like a copyright holder could be pissed that their book can be read for free in a library, there's a greater humanitarian purpose that library serves. Same with this shit. It's just mixed up right now because business models are going to get fucked up, and there's companies that are going to profit from that copywritten data. And the more data that's in here, the better that these tools are for all of us. So it's both, right? There are copyright issues, there are trademark issues, there are intellectual property issues, and these tools are better when they have that shit in there. Now, how we deal with attribution and things like that, I don't know. And now that you have open source models, now that Meta has open sourced their models, you got a whole open source community that's also built on the same copywritten data, but there's no one to sue. They're open source. So this shit's out there. So there's a lot of rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic right now. Because the long game here is that all the information is going to be in these things and we're all going to have access to it. Over the next decade, we'll figure out ways, just like we did with streaming, we'll figure out ways to monetize it. But just like streaming, the benefit to the artist, the benefit to the intellectual property creator gets lower and lower and lower in a world where you can create an infinite amount of high quality content. I don't know the solution to that. If we're moving to a world of hyper-personalized content, where I can watch a movie starring whatever star that I want, with whatever plot that I want, in whatever genre that I want, just for me to watch, is that valuable to anyone else? I don't know. It might be. How does that get monetized? I don't know. Do you pay the company that dynamically generates the movie? Do they have deals with all the likeness agencies of all the actors that might be included in my movie? I don't know. Like, I don't know how all of this soup of intellectual property gets attributed. But it's just all going to change dramatically. So I don't know. So it's a problem, but it's also is Midjourney free? No, it's $10 a month is the smallest subscription. That's what I pay. I pay the $10 a month. I don't use it enough to exceed that. And also Leonardo.ai, which is built on top of Stable Diffusion. Get on their wait list. So get on the wait list for Leonardo.ai. Go to their Facebook page and sign up for their Facebook page. From what I understand, they'll automatically grant you access to the tool. They just moved into version 3.0. Leonardo.ai is really good. They give you 150 credits a day for free. And that's enough to do 15 or 20 images, something like that. So it's good. Please do a video on how to use Discord and Midjourney. I find it nearly impossible. I just did that earlier. Hopefully you were there for that. I'm so sad when my comments are gray. I don't know what that means. Why are your comments gray? So Salon Chief Stinky Wrangler. Yeah, exactly. AI Salon Chief Slinky Wrangler. Yeah, exactly. Womp, 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 womp. It was the best of times. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. Kyle probably saying how he has to leave. I gotta go, people. Hasn't he said that 30 times? I don't think this is live. Is he an AI? Are you silent? Disregard. I can hear you. I was probably thinking for a moment, and occasionally my brain just shuts down. What's your opinion on building a startup in public? I think right now, I think founders tend to be way too precious about their ideas. I would say put it out there, build in public, because you'll get customers and you'll get feedback faster, and you'll get reality checks faster. I would also build with the full on expectation that whatever you build right now is going to be useless in 6 months. If you're building stuff based on current AI technology, we're also building. We're stepping into an environment. We're not quite there, but we're really fucking close. We're moving into an environment where it's going to be trivial to completely copy a business. From the positioning to the code to the marketing strategy, all of it. And so I don't know how you maintain a competitive hold on your customers in that environment, shy of you fucking delight your customers, right? But it's going to be really easy to knock off things. So I would say just put it out there, start building it, and take the risk of someone stealing it. The idea of a business, I've given away a dozen of them this week. The idea is effectively worthless, right? It's only in the execution of the idea that the business gains any potential value. So if you're a good executor, people might knock you off. Almost no one's a good executor. Execution's really hard, so I'd go for it. And the other thing is, by building it in public, especially if you're doing stuff with this AI stuff, everyone wants to know what the fuck is going on with this stuff. So you'll get opportunities for the business and outside of the business just because of building it in public. So yeah, the more I talk about it, I would do that. Congrats, Chief AI Generative Officer. Just Chief Generative Officer. I took the AI out of it because generative could mean generating revenue, generating engagement, generative AI. So Chief Generative Officer. Doesn't really matter what I'm generating. But it's tied enough to it that I can say, well, yeah, of course that's AI. So I like that. I like it. Oh, TikTok jumping me to the bottom again. Intellectual property laws govern. Is this esoteric or normal? Can't tell if the SMEs here or ransoms. What? Lewis Scott? I don't understand your words. Randoms. Are you random? Maybe. I don't know what that means. Am I a subject matter expert or random? I'm a generalist for sure. I am maybe a subject matter expert. Well, I'm certainly a subject matter expert in the intersection of storytelling and technology. That's been my whole career. I think I'm a subject matter expert in the early adoption of technology in service of business. So, other than that, fucking random. But, oh, you're talking to each other. I'm a random oracle for blockchain applications, subject matter expert, like analyst, etc. Lewis Scott, I don't know if you're talking to me or someone else. Comments get gray as they age. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm only reading gray comments. Is it 1 a.m. where you are? I'm in Denver, so it's 11 where I am. Okay, you guys are just talking to each other. Okay, this just got serious. Oh my God, he's back. I don't know what that means. I haven't left. I need to hear about building apps. I'm paranoid about intellectual property. Again, I think people are over precious about their ideas. Personally, unless if you've got something patentable, fucking patent it. Everything else, I don't know. Just start building it. Start fucking building it. I mean, here's the thing. Nobody's got the fucking time. Everyone's trying to figure this shit out. Everyone's panicking. Yeah. Everyone's trying to figure this stuff out. So it's like the amount of people that have the time and energy to seek out other people's ideas to steal them is very, very low. If you generate something that's good and starts to get a lot of buzz, yeah, then people are going to steal it. But in the early stages, I don't know. Start building. What was that 10 minutes? I know. I said I was going to leave 10 minutes ago, and that was 50 minutes ago. Was that 10 minutes of Frozen? The AI told you to do it. All right, I'm going to go now. I'm telling you, in the fucking chat. I'm not even listening. Ugh. Please share what you would do to make sure a 6th grader knew what they need to. They will steal from you. Who's they, dirtbag biker? Who's going to steal from you? If you put an idea, are you talking about putting an idea out there? Who's going to steal from you? Who's they? I'm joking about the aging comments. He's leaving because of your comments, exactly. What would I teach a 6th grader? I would just get them curious. What are they interested in? If they're interested, like, you can make them pictures of shit they're interested in, or teach them to make pictures of stuff they're interested in. You can teach them to use these tools to write stories, to answer questions. 6th grader, they're starting to be curious about how the world works, how stuff works. If they're curious, like, I would just feed their imagination. I would use these tools. I would get into a dialogue with them about what are they most interested in. What do they want to learn? What do they like learning? What do they like doing? I mean, you probably already know a lot of this. When they play, when they're not doing their homework, what are they doing? Is it video games? Have them... Did you see the thing that I did before with Skybox? What's it called? Blockade Labs? Go to skybox.blockadelabs.com and let's see. World of Hot Wheels tracks. Generate. This is going to generate a 3D world. Like tap into what they're interested in. Tap into the things that turn them on. And then just reveal the magic of whichever of these AI tools can feed that imagination. Let's see. So, like, here's this Hot Wheel track. Like, I just invented this. So like if they're into Hot Wheels, here's a Hot Wheels world. Skybox.blockadelabs.com. Show them stuff that's visual and interesting first, but then get their imagination engaged in whatever they love. Where's their passion? Tap into that. Don't judge it. Just feed it. And just kind of get them interested in this stuff and then turn them loose. I don't know. I think that's what I'd do. Because the most important skill when these tools do all the tactical execution is creative thinking. So how do you feed their or critical thinking? How do you feed their critical thinking and their creativity? Because these tools will do all the rest. I wonder how this would help autistic kids. I think it's going to be huge for neurodivergent kids. I think it's going to be huge for it because it can communicate in incredibly empathetic ways, incredibly patient ways. Worst AI business concepts. Please give me some. You can make money with ChatGPT. I don't know. I think starting a prompt library is going to be a losing business. Even though I'm building a content generation engine as a big part of Storyvine, my company, I'm putting a little twist on it. I think content generation tools are going to be bad businesses just because there's going to be so many of them. They're so easy to build. I have seen 672 children's bookmaker apps. So automatically generating children's book complete with illustrations. I think there's going to be just an infinite number of those. I think that's going to be a shitty business. I don't know. I think any business that puts generative AI as a significant part of the value proposition is a bad business. Right? If you say, this magic AI tool, if you make it all about the AI, that's a losing business. Make it about the problem you're solving, and it just happens to solve the problem in a magical way because of AI. So I think anything that leans too heavy on the AI thing is a bad business. Anyway, all right, wait, did you see someone was being sued about the way they were portrayed on ChatGPT? Maybe. I saw Sarah Silverman is suing OpenAI because it gave one of her jokes verbatim from her book. Yeah, I saw that ChatGPT was being sued. I think there are many, many conversations with lawyers going on at OpenAI right now. They just cut a deal with Shutterstock. They just cut a deal with Associated Press. I think they're going to start cutting a lot of deals. We'll see. Anyway, my voice is hoarse. My ass is numb. This has been fantastic. Thank you for hanging out on a Saturday night. You really shouldn't do this. But thanks. I'm glad you did. Hope you had fun. I had fun. All right. Always remember, you can make money with ChatGPT. Peace out, everybody. That's awesome.